right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this City Council meeting to order and begin with a land acknowledgement. So I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Indigenous land in Treaty 6 territory, land occupied, traveled, and cared for by Indigenous peoples since time immemorial. This place, Amiskwichiwaskagan, Edmonton, is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, and traveling route of the Nehiyaw, Dene, Anishinaabe, Saulteaux, Nakota Iska, Nakota Sioux, and Niitsitapi peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of one of the largest communities of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. And I also want to acknowledge that this month is National Indigenous History Month, an opportunity to learn about the unique cultures, traditions, and experiences of Indigenous peoples. It's a time to honor the stories, knowledge, and achievements of Indigenous peoples who have lived on this land since time immemorial and whose presence continues to shape our city and this country. And as we recognize today the land on which we are situated, I would encourage everyone to take time throughout the month of June and beyond to reflect, listen, learn, and take part in opportunities to strengthen our relationships and gain a greater understanding of the diverse experiences of Indigenous peoples. So with that, together, we call upon our collective honored traditions and spirits to work in building a great city for today and future generations. So I will also begin with a roll call. I see many colleagues around the table. We'll go to Councillor Wright. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Paquette joining us online.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am here, Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning, and Councillor Jans online.
Good morning.
Good morning. Excellent. So I will ask for a motion for adoption of the agenda, please.
I'll move that the June 13th, 14th, 2023 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change: the deletion of item 9.2, Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association designated industrial zone water intake project.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Rice. Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the May 10th, 2023 City Council non-regular meeting, the May 15th, 2023 City Council public hearing, the May 16th and 17th, 2023 City Council meeting, the May 30th, 2023 City Council public hearing, and the June 7th, 2023 City Council non-regular meeting.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Knack, seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Any questions, issues, corrections? Seeing none, please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Wonderful. So we'll now move on to protocol items, and there are a number of protocol items this morning that I'm happy to go through. So to begin, I'll start with this one. So good morning, everyone. Tanse. As we recognize National Indigenous History Month, I'm pleased to share that 4 Indigenous artworks have been permanently installed at City Hall. The City of Edmonton is on a journey of reconciliation. This journey is about establishing and fostering a positive and mutually respectful relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. And it's about creating awareness of the past, acknowledging the harm that has been inflicted, and taking action to change behavior for a better future. In early 2021, the City co-created an Indigenous framework with members of Indigenous communities, organizational partnerships, youth, elders, knowledge keepers, as well as city staff. The framework is an intentional step forward to support truth and reconciliation efforts in a meaningful way with Indigenous peoples who live, work, and connect with Edmonton. And we made a commitment through these efforts to commission a new artwork from 4 Indigenous artists. Together, these pieces embody how city leaders and staff should live out kinship, the Indigenous framework roles and commitments, how to be a good relative to one another, and how to be a positive steward of our land. Having these pieces in public spaces creates an opportunity for us to keep the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and MMI WG2S+ commitments and actions at the top of our minds. And it also serves as encouragement to learn about Indigenous history and culture so we can connect and build understanding to make vital progress on our shared path. While these installations are a great opportunity to remind us of our journey, they also help support local Indigenous artists. Our city is enriched by a diverse arts community that challenges us, inspires us, and promotes understanding. And with the second highest urban Indigenous population in Canada, it's vital to ensure artists are engaged, supported, and given an outlet to share their work with the broader region. So I am very pleased to introduce the creative artists who made that vision into a reality. So please help me welcome, and we'll have each of you stand, Brad Crowfoot. And you can remain standing. Yeah, wonderful. Dawn Marie Marchand. Lana Whiskey Jack. And MJ Belcourt. Well, thank you all so much for your dedication and contributions that help create an Edmonton that we're proud of for today and at our future. So round of applause for all of our artists. Thank you. Wonderful, and you may take a seat. Now, the City of Edmonton remains committed to building strong relationships with all Indigenous peoples as we actively work to confront bias and honor treaty commitments. As part of the Indigenous Framework video series, I would now like to share with you a video presentation, Spirit and Art, Learning Through Stories. It's a 4-minute featurette on the artworks collection that was created by these 4 artists. So we'll get that queued up.
So art is incredibly important in Indigenous cultures, and the reason for that is because there was no separation between what was living, what was important, and what was art.
Well, art is spirit. And so as an artist, we often we look inward to express what we see outward. It comes from that deeper place.
Sometimes you can't use words, and you use a visual piece to represent of what you're trying to say. And I think this is a way of showing how to reconcile with both and work together to build something positive.
Being an Indigenous scholar whose practices is arts-based is that I wanted to make sure that City of Edmonton employees aren't just given a report. And so I wanted to really build on our visual literacy, our visual language and communication.
What's really exciting about it is the fact that it helps us to understand who we are and what our place is. And I am very excited to see how we reflect our history and our culture and our relationship with Indigenous people in what visitors will see and what we see when we walk out our front doors.
Within our own Indigenous communities, we have a way of telling our stories through our artwork. So I think it's really important that artworks be available and present because they tell the story of this place.
It definitely has to do with working with settlers and non-Indigenous people to let them understand where we come from, so we could break those barriers, so we can actually work together for something in the future.
When we connect on and we're grounded, then we can move up and on and beyond from there, and relationships and people and all of that comes together stems or starts someplace.
We haven't always listened to one another, and we definitely haven't listened to the truthful stories of our past. When you can walk in a city and see the presence of Indigenous people and their contribution to creating this country, to the city, that's the importance of this framework, of what it can build.
If we're going to do this work and we're going to put so much into it, into developing new ways of engaging, using unique ways of engaging, bringing the community in, I think it's really important that the work doesn't just end on somebody's desk and that report is the final project. Beautiful artwork can also do the opposite of what we intend, and that is to lull people back to sleep. The artwork isn't intended to be viewed. The intent of the artwork is to be learned and incorporated.
Well, thank you so much. That was a fantastic video, and I really look forward to welcoming guests from near and far, across the city, across the region, as they visit City Hall and experience and learn from these incredibly meaningful art installations. So thank you all for being with us this morning. Hi, and I will pass it over to City Manager Andre Corpold, who I believe has some remarks as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Good morning, everyone. I would like to take a moment on behalf of administration to also recognize our 4 Indigenous framework artists who are here today. So thank you so much for what you have done for the city. I also want to express deep gratitude to Elders Joanne and Jerry Saddleback for this morning lifting your pipes to lead us through an important ceremony for the installation of the 4 artworks. And I recognize also that we have elders here from the Circle of Elders and Knowledge Keepers with us, and so thank you for being here today. We certainly can't function and move forward without doing this good work properly, and I'm so appreciative of the valuable guidance, patience, and support of the elders in helping us learn about Indigenous ways of knowing and being. The installation of Indigenous art is an important part of the city's commitment. Our Indigenous framework says the following: we have to identify and implement ways to make city spaces and buildings welcoming and safe for Indigenous peoples, and ensure they can see themselves reflected in the city spaces and places. That's what we've done this morning as we start this journey. Indigenous art seen within city facilities will open further dialogue on reconciliation throughout our workplaces across the city, and this is part of the process of change we need. The public display of the Indigenous Framework artwork collection at City Hall will openly demonstrate the City of Edmonton's heartfelt commitment to ensuring the resurgence of Indigenous cultures and histories in city spaces as meaningful acts of reconciliation. I would also like to highlight the significance of the partnership with the Edmonton Arts Council in preparing the artworks for their installation in this prominent lobby space next to council chambers. The Edmonton Arts Council will also be involved in the ongoing care and maintenance of these remarkable artworks from this point forward. And it is worth noting the timelessness of this morning's ceremony coincides with the National Indigenous History Month, a time for us to learn and honor the stories, achievements, and resilience of Indigenous peoples who have lived on this land since time immemorial. We are on a pathway of learning, and only through learning can we deeply understand the meaning of truth and reconciliation. I also want to, as always, thank Jamie Miller and the entire Indigenous Relations Office team for the tireless work that they do to help us through this and help support the elders. Jamie, just an amazing job from your team again. And finally, I want to thank City Council. We have about 1 million things to do in the city, and it's absolutely clear from the guidance we've received from our City Councillor that this work of truth and reconciliation is absolutely at the center of our work and is one of the highest priorities, and you've resourced it. You've given us the direction we need, and we feel super empowered to move through these actions and get things done from a truth and reconciliation perspective. So we thank City Council as well for empowering us to do this properly. And in closing, I would like to inform everyone that there is an Artist Talk and Reception public event to further celebrate the installation of Indigenous Framework Art Collection in the City Room here at City Hall this evening at 5 p.m., which everyone is invited to. Thank you very much.
Okay, good words.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Raquette. And I hope to see many of you and colleagues at the talk and reception this evening. So with that, we'll move on to another protocol item, which is quite exciting. So I'll begin with this and take a moment to highlight a very special award that the City of Edmonton has won. So on June 2nd of this year, the Muttart Conservatory received the Edmonton Tourism Attraction of the Year Award, tied for first with West Edmonton Mall. This award honors the best attractions in the city and recognizes venues that stand out for their appeal to all visitors. The Attraction of the Year Award recognizes a tourism business or organization that is a leader in applying industry best practices in all aspects of operations. The Muttart Conservatory is one of the best-known landmarks in Edmonton, with 4 iconic pyramids set in the beautiful river valley. After a period of rehabilitation, the Muttart Conservatory reopened in June of 2021, with limited attendance due to COVID-19 restrictions. In 2022, visitor attendance was at 80% of pre-pandemic numbers due to the introduction of innovative and inclusive new programming. In the same year, the Muttart Conservatory was the recipient of a federal grant in the amount of $1.2 million. This funding was used to enhance the visitor experience, including new seating, improved outdoor spaces, educational displays, and school curriculum-based programming. The momentum of Muttart Conservatory as a destination continues, as evident by the record-breaking 2023 attendance numbers. As of May 2023, attendance has reached, 98,016 visitors, which is 83% higher than the previous year and 25% higher than pre-pandemic attendance numbers. I would now like to recognize some of the staff members who have been instrumental in making this facility the best attraction in Edmonton. So with us today from Community Services, Community Recreation and Culture Branch, we have Rhonda Norman. Hi, Rhonda. We also have Michael Dewar and Michael, yes, hello, wonderful. And we have Tanya Frank. Hello. Okay, and joining virtually, we also have a number of folks, so we'll hold applause until the end for this one. We have Sarah Birmingham, Dorothy Jaredising. We have Jared Amagoan. Apologies on the pronunciation. We have Lori Fry. We have Sean Tremblay, Ken Ganga, Stephanie McCree, Lori Fedorchuk, Isidol Nielsen, Dana Shell, Sarah Gierch. We have Megan Garretts McMorrin. We have Lauren Peters, Stacy Wright, Teresa Myers, Len Spalding, Val Morris, Cheryl Smith, Marlene Walsh, and Angela Centrella. So round of applause for everyone joining online as well. Thank you so much for your fantastic work, and on behalf of City Council, congratulations and thank you to everyone who was involved in this process. Okay, and we have one more protocol items. It's a busy day for protocol items. So next up, Finally, I would like to recognize an important initiative and how innovation and collaboration come together. Transportation in Edmonton is responsible for 30% of greenhouse gas emissions and 42% of energy use. Reducing these numbers is vital to meeting the city's goal of being 35% below 2005 levels of greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. Our transportation choices will play a critical role in achieving this. One of Edmonton's climate resilience and energy transition priorities is to increase electric vehicle adoption through increased awareness, knowledge, and public confidence. The Electric and Hydrogen Vehicle Expo, held last September, contributed greatly to Edmonton's climate actions. This two-day event provided attendees with experiential opportunities to learn about electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. It showcased the important role of zero-emissions vehicles and the role that they play in reducing the environmental impacts from transportation, such as climate change, energy use, and air quality. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the hard work and success of this event has been recognized by the Transportation Association of Canada, as they awarded the Electric and Hydrogen Vehicle Expo their 2023 Educational Achievement Award. Just fantastic. So congratulations to the community program team in environment and climate resilience who spent months organizing and promoting this event. I know how much work probably went into that. That's a big undertaking. We have a number of staff and partners who've worked on this initiative here with us in person and joining us virtually today. So if you're in council chambers, please stand when your name is called and we'll hold applause till the end because there's a number of folks joining us. So we have Andrea Soleil. We have Adam Holmes, Lydia Fialka, Morgan Haika, Jim Stang, Heather Wheelaker, YC Ramirez, Chandra Tomaras, Barbara Daly, Rachel Humany, Andrew Reed, Karen Young, Ashish Mohan, Claire Penny, Marnie Devlin Moses, Lauren Hall, Karen Zipchin, Yasmin Abraham, Javina Rumkara, William York, Stephanie Begin, Michael Correa, Jesse Blumenhagen, and Leanne Redmond. And round of applause for everyone who was involved. Thank you so much. Well, congratulations, and on behalf of City Council, thank you for your commitment to making a real difference in our city. And I would now like to turn it over to Branch Manager Kent Schneider to say a few words. So come on down, Kent.
Good morning. Thank you, Council, for recognizing this cross-department team. The award was fantastic, and the team was very much honored to receive it. But more meaningfully, the team was very excited how the community received this event. Over the two-day event, there were approximately 6,000 Edmontonians that came out to talk about zero-emission vehicles, learn about it, and it was in a casual and fun way environment. The participants and exhibitors all had tremendous feedback. So this is really exciting because, as we know, the energy transition strategy requires the community to fully participate. And so this was a very good signal and sign. And so lastly, just want to thank Council for your direction, support, and participation in this important work. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much. Now, folks who are joining us in chambers, we are finished with the protocol items. You can feel free to hang out and stick around for the rest of the agenda, or you can leave if you'd like. Up to you. See you. Okay, so colleagues, next we'll move on to selection of items for debate. And I will look to the board for, okay, Councillor Knack, would you like to start?
Oh, certainly, if I'm on the list. There we are. Yes. Thank you. I will select item 6.2, 7.1. We must select 7.4, so I'll select that one. I think that's it for me. Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so that was 6.2, 7.1, and 7.4. Councillor Hamilton?
I would like to select item 9.3, and I'll just grab 9.6 so we can hear from, actually, I'm going to leave it because people might not want to, we might not need to hear from them, but yeah, I'll leave that one for now. Never mind.
Great, thank you. So that was 9.3. Councillor Wright?
I'd like to select 6.3 and 7.6. I just have a couple questions.
So that was 6.3 and 7.6. Thank you. Councillor Principe?
Mine are selected, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I think just 6.1, and the rest are selected. And 9.1? 9.1.
Was that a yes to 9-1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So that was 6.1 and 9.1 for Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anyone else on the board, just making sure we have everything selected that needs to be selected. Good. So we can vote on reports that are not selected for debates.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Rutherford. Please, any questions, concerns? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. And Madam Clerk, would you like to read back what we've accomplished today?
Thank you. This morning, City Council has approved a revised due date for item 5.1, Edmonton Police Commission funding formula coming back on July 4th. Council has also approved the following reports: 7.2 from Utility Committee, Blatchford Renewable Energy Funding Opportunity; 7.3, the 2023 Tax Public Auction Resolution; 7.5, options to address catalytic converter theft. Over in the private reports, Council has approved item 9.4, the Housing Accelerator Fund Application and Investment Plan; 9.5, City of Edmonton Youth Council, the 2023 Membership Report and Reappointment Recommendations; and 9.6, the Consultants Update. Thank you.
Thank you. So request to speak, none. Request for a specific time on the agenda.
I can move that the following.
So actually,
We didn't
yeah.
select any of them?
we don't need to because they weren't selected.
Excellent. Just one question to City Clerk. If there was a desire, and I'll express my desire, to potentially see 9.3 move to tomorrow for time specific, just recognizing how much we have on the agenda today, I think that might be in the best interest of time.
Yep, so right now, Council's already approved, or ARC already approved 7.1, the monthly update on transit service will be the first item. We can move that just to be the next item on the agenda for tomorrow, if that works.
Excellent. Is that something that can be approved with unanimous consent, or do we need a motion? How does that work?
Motion would be great.
Motion? Someone like to move that?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Wright, second by Councillor Tang. Any questions, concerns? No. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Great. So vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I'll move first reading of item 8.1 and 8.4.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Salvador, I'll move second reading of items 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and 8.4.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried.
Councillor Salvador, I'll move consideration of third reading of 8.1 and 8.4.
Second.
Please vote for consideration.
So just ignore what's on the screen. What you read out is correct. We have all the vote.
Display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Salvador, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20402, bylaw 20488, bylaw 20304, and bylaw 20112.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the vote. That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Cartmell and Councillor Rice. So councillor inquiries, none that I'm aware of. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule, we've dealt with this. So we will be moving on to unfinished business, starting with 6.1, amendments to bylaw 14040, Edmonton Police Commission. And that was selected by Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stevenson, would you like a presentation?
We do have a short presentation, if
presentation,
that's
yes.
helpful at all, but it's totally up to yourselves.
I'm seeing shaking heads. Would anyone like a presentation? For the public? If it's a short presentation, let's go ahead.
It's a super short
Perfect.
presentation.
Let's go for it.
Thank you, Council. As you know, I'm Kristen Stolars, Director of Governance and Legislative Services. I also have with me today Nancy Jacobson of Legal Services. So the report in front of you today is for changes to bylaw 14040, Edmonton Police Commission, and these are required as a result of changes made by the Government of Alberta to the Police Act. Next slide, please. I'll just start with a brief background. On December 15th, 2022, the Police Amendment Act 2022 received royal assent, and on March 29th, 2023, amendments to Section 28 commissions were proclaimed. So that means that the minister may now make appointments to the Edmonton Police Commission. The changes to the Police Act are a limit to the number of council-appointed members and the addition of minister-appointed members. Changes to bylaw 14040, Edmonton Police Commission are required to align with these changes. Next slide, please. More specifically, council may appoint now up to 9 members. If council appoints 9 members, the minister may appoint up to 3 for a total of 12. The minister may appoint more than 3, and the total number cannot exceed 15. Minister-appointed members have terms of up to 3 years and can only be revoked by the minister. In addition, if council has appointed more than 9 members before the changes made to Section 28 of the Police Act come into force, the existing members remain appointed, but council may not reappoint a member or appoint a new member unless the reappointment or appointment keeps the total council-appointed members to no more than 9. Next slide, please. The current composition of the Edmonton Police Commission is 11, which includes 9 public members and 2 council members, all appointed by council. So under the Police Act, the minister may appoint 3 members. In December of this year, so December 2023, the terms of 5 public members and both council members will expire, and all 7 would be eligible for reappointment under the changes proposed to the bylaw, which is 10-year maximum for consecutive years. However, to note, council may only reappoint 2 up to 9 total members. Next slide, please, and this is just the final slide. So just a final note about the reading of the report. City Council, as I think you all know, is the appointment committee, so we also call that selection committee for the Edmonton Police Commission, and all recruitment decisions related to membership come directly to City Council, as a reminder. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for that presentation. And before I go to Councillor Stevenson for clarity, to the City Clerk, would we need a motion on the floor to begin discussions?
So this is a weird one because it's actually a bylaw. So it's always, I find it always helpful to move first reading of a bylaw, and then if that fails, then there's nothing else to do, and if there are changes, then it's always good to get an indication or a nod from council as to its wishes.
Perfect.
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, we have first reading on the floor. Thanks to you, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Principe. And we can go to Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate the work you've done to make the amendments. The one that stood out to me was in the bylaw as it currently stands, we have increased the length of term for council-appointed members. Is that correct? From the current 6 years to 10 years?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and I understand that is permitted under the provincial legislation, and the provincial appointed members would be subject to that 10-year term limit?
That's right.
However, we would have discretion to maintain our current cap on 6 years.
For council-appointed members, not for minister-appointed members.
Great, great. Well then, since first reading is on the floor, I would like to put forward an amendment. Would you like me to read out the full amendment?
I think because, so we've talked about this, trying to make this as painless as possible, because the bylaw that's on the floor is basically a delete the whole of section 5 and replace it with the new section 5. I think if you want to put your amendment on the floor right now, we'll share that in a Google Doc with all of council, but basically all we're changing is the number 10 to the number 6. Just so it's really, really clear for the public. You don't have to read out that 2 pages.
Excellent. I'm very pleased to hear that. So that's the amendment I'll put on the floor, is that we change the term limit for members appointed by council from 10 to 6 years of consecutive service. I'm happy to take any questions on that. Thank you.
And we'll need a seconder.
Oh, sorry, of course.
Second.
It's presumptuous of me, thank you.
All good. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Tang. Great. So any introductory remarks, Councillor Stevenson, or was that your...
Yeah, you know, this really comes from years of experience of myself on boards. I think that term limits are a really important part of ensuring that people stay energized to the work that they're doing. So having sat on many other boards, I think the people that put themselves forward for community appointments feel a strong sense of duty and obligation. And if they can continue to serve, they will continue to serve, even if they may be a bit burnt out or tired. So what I've seen in organizations across different sectors and across different places is that having that term limit in, it provides a graceful way for people who, again, may still be very committed and very interested and passionate about a topic to have an opportunity to step back. I think what's important is that these are consecutive years. So again, it could just be that someone takes a year off and then they can be reappointed again. But I think it leads to healthy governance across any organization. And given the importance of Edmonton Police Commission, I think that continuing that practice that we've had for many, many years will benefit all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. So we can go to questions. Councillor Knack, do you have a question?
Not on the amendment, so I'll just after the amendment is done.
Sure. So any other questions on the amendment? Speaking to the amendment? Councillor Stevenson?
No closing comments, thank you.
Okay, please vote on the amendment to change the limit from 10 years to 6 years.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Okay, so now we are back to the original, and we'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Sorry, just a few quick questions. I'm trying to remember. Can somebody walk me through again sort of the thinking behind the province and this change? I think we had a conversation before. Did they have any rationale for this change that was publicly communicated?
Not that I can point to. The change was simply to add provincial appointees in addition to the appointees appointed by council.
Okay, so they didn't share anything as to whether this would be a good, like, that there was a governance rationale or anything like that. It was just something they've changed, and that's part of why we have this before us today.
It was part of a broader suite of changes, just this
Yeah.
was proclaimed recently.
Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. No, that won't be a constructive question. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright?
I understand that Calgary City Council did not approve their bylaw change to accept the ministerial appointments. I mean, we don't really have the authority to do that, do we?
City of Edmonton decisions can't override provincial law.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson? Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just a quick question for context, which you may be able to answer, but if not, that's all right. My understanding is that it is fairly typical practice across Canada to have provincial appointees on police commissions. I don't know if you have that information or are aware of that information.
We haven't done a recent jurisdictional scan, but I would say that there is a mix of structures.
Okay, and I think some of perhaps some of that rationale was around sort of aligning with practice in other places as well. Just as a perhaps that may be the case potentially.
It's possible.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel?
Yeah, sorry, just one. I think this is just a subtlety, but with these changes, we can appoint less than 2 councillors to the commission now. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. It's up to 2, not 2 directly. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. I'll look to the board if there's anyone who wants to speak to this. Seeing none. Councillor Hamilton, would you like to close? Oh, hang on. Councillor Knack, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to ask that question to like purposely make an issue of it, but I think it is fair to say it would be nice when these types of things are happening for a better understanding as to why changes are being made, because this is, and I think Councillor Stevenson, if that's what other provinces do, I think that's good. I'm going to support this because we don't really have a choice, and it's fine, and I don't see harm in it, but I also think that for something that is within our jurisdiction and that we fund the vast majority of, it would be nice to make sure as we go forward that we have a new government now, so we're going to work with them, and I hope that there's an opportunity that when we're talking about changes like this or anything that impacts things that we are primarily responsible for, I think we would like to see constructive dialogue about why changes need to be made, just so that we're working together on it. So, it's less a comment to everyone here at the table, but more of I think a general comment going forward, and one that I hope we can work with the new provincial government on, because I think when we're not having that back and forth discussion about why changes are being made and how to work together on these things, it's just creates a bit of confusion. So there's maybe very good rationale for this, but I actually have no idea why that is at this moment. So I'll vote for it, but it's a very odd to be voting in favor of something that I have no understanding as to why a change is actually being made. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton, any closing remarks?
No closing remarks.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I'll
That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote on consideration of third reading.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
And I'll move third reading of bylaw 20497.
Second?
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Thank you, everyone. So 6.1 is complete. We'll move on to 6.2, City Plan New Urban Trees, which was selected by Councillor Knack. And I believe there are
There's some introductory remarks from administration, if that's okay.
Excellent. Yes, we'll just wait for the right folks to come on down.
Good morning. I'm joined here this morning with Craig McEwen, the branch manager for Parks and Road Services, and we're here to continue the discussion regarding the work being done and potential additional work that could be done to support the city in achieving its city plan goals of planting 2 million new trees and achieving a 20% urban forestry canopy by 2071. As highlighted at the May 1st Urban Planning Committee and further discussed at May 13th City Council meeting, Edmonton is well on its way to achieving both of these goals. Achieving these goals is largely focused on two projects guiding our work until 2030: capital planning for greener as we grow, and the creation of a naturalization, restoration, and reclamation plan. These projects and the associated work plans and the allocated funding resources are projected to achieve the 2 million tree goal by 2030 and the canopy goal by the target date of 2071.
Much of the conversation surrounding this report so far is focused on the role that private trees play in our community, both in meeting these specific goals, but also in the broader context of climate change considerations. The discussion around private tree protection has been ongoing since as early as 2005. Administrations explored a variety of options, implemented several programs, and incentivized the retention of private trees through the development process, and reported on the outcomes and effectiveness of these programs. And conversations with other jurisdictions, other municipalities that have implemented private tree bylaws have indicated that while there's some theoretical benefits, there's little data to accurately measure their effectiveness. All of the surveyed municipalities reported difficulties with the volume of enforcement needed to regulate private trees through permitting. The development, implementation, and ongoing management of such a bylaw would require significant monetary investment, and the impact of such a bylaw on our tree canopy goal is unclear. So rather than pursuing a private tree bylaw, administration's position is that reaching tree canopy goals and meeting the needs of the community would be best served through stewardship and incentive programs that encourage tree planting, retention, and preservation on private land.
Administration acknowledges that this is an issue which divides our community. There is no doubt that trees add immense value to our city and that their retention is necessary. However, regulating tree retention may lead to unintended consequences for the achievements of all the other goals within City Plan, such as increasing housing density, vibrancy, and maintaining affordability. Administration does not recommend advancing a scenario where more priority is given to preserving a tree than to housing Edmontonians, nor one which adds significant time and cost to assessing trees for retention for development purposes or for the individual making choices on how to utilize their own property. Instead, administration recommended within this report that resources be allocated towards continuing and enhancing stewardship and incentive programs to encourage tree planting, retention, and preservation on private property. This, coupled with the motions brought forward by Mayor Sohi and Councillor Stevenson, set out additional expectations for tree delivery, additional plantings along with a clear roadmap of current programs, projects, and initiatives to support the planting, maintenance, and retention of trees on both public and private property. The motion requires administration to report back to council so council can continue to monitor progress. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for those introductory remarks. And to the city clerk, I believe we had motions on, oh, there they are.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
friendly reminder, there's a motion on the floor with an amendment on the floor by Councillor Rutherford.
Excellent. So we have a motion on the floor, and then with an amendment from Councillor Rutherford as well. So like I said, Councillor Knack, you had selected this. We'll go to you to start.
I don't think I have I think we just had to select it because we were in the middle of
Okay,
debates
so
on
no-
the amendment, so.
No questions?
No, I think we questioned it to, lots of questions last time, so. Ready to speak.
That's right. So any other questions from colleagues? Oh, I'm seeing a nod. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any questions on the amendment? Or the
Yes.
motion, or on anything in the report?
Amendment.
The amendment.
Yes.
Just the amendment. I don't have any questions on the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Wright?
So I guess, what do we have to be able to collect the data? Like, do we need another system set up or something that's going to cost us money, or?
So when it comes to collecting data related to our overall tree canopy, we use LiDAR. So that's the overall data analysis across the city. There was discussion at the last committee meeting around collecting data as it relates to private trees and development permits. So in order to do that, there's additional work that would be needed to assess what's the approach for that. Do we want to collect the data around the health of the trees, the number of trees, how many trees were replaced through the development permitting process, but recognizing that trees are not only lost as it relates to development. A private landowner may just choose to remove a tree that doesn't require a development permit. So we needed to reconcile what data we're actually collecting for what purpose.
And do you have budget available for that?
So
that
for,
work?
I'll maybe pass it to Parks and Road Services as it relates to the LiDAR work.
Yeah, in terms of measuring the overall citywide canopy, that is something that we are budgeted for to do and measure on a 4-year basis. That allows enough time for meaningful change and to track trends in the overall citywide canopy. We are able to use that data to differentiate between both public land and private land in terms of like how that is moving. So in the report, we talked about how it's currently at 13%, and our city plan goal is to get to 20%. And with the current plans we have in place throughout that report, is we're on track to be able to meet those targets.
Okay, so I guess to the mover of the amendment, was your intention then for that data collection to be the neighbor who cuts down the tree in their backyard? Like,
so the intention for this amendment to the original motion was that if we're going to have a private tree bylaw, we ought have data that informs what that tree loss is, because a tree bylaw wouldn't prohibit somebody from cutting down a tree, but it would just add a little bit more barrier. So it was specifically pertaining to if the original amendment passes, that while you're instituting that bylaw, you're also collecting data on tree loss. So it's not including just collect data on a broad scale. It was pertaining specifically to the tree bylaw. Does that answer your question?
yeah, but you want it specific to
Yeah,
trees
because if
in-
we're
trees
creating
in
a
the
tree
neighbor's
bylaw,
backyard.
there's gonna have to be some sort of permitting process. And so there should be, whether the tree is prohibited from being cut down or is cut down, I wanted to make sure there was a data collection mechanism within that bylaw if the original amendment passes.
So
But either way, I was on the board to withdraw the motion. If it gets unanimous consent from, because I think we're debating a moot point here, and I know we've got a lot on our agenda. And so that was going to be why I was on the board right after you. It's just a teaser.
Go for it. I'm done.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I don't know how I'd go about that, but can I, with request to withdraw, and then if there's unanimous, yeah, I'll request to withdraw the amendment on the floor.
Great, so we have a request to withdraw the amendment. Any opposition to that, colleagues? Unanimous? Yes, yes. Okay. So the amendment is withdrawn, which means we're back to the initial motion. Councillor Rice, did you have questions on the amendment or the motion that is now on the floor?
Yeah, just general question to the.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. Two questions here. First question, because our city has a tree goals and a 2 million tree by 2013, and also we have tree canopy goals. If we are going to look in those type of options on the private lines, but how that compared to the effort we focus on to achieve our goal? Because I saw the two action here. One action is achieve our goals as a greenery goal. I think that is goal, and our public Edmontonians are looking forward to see that. But at the same time, it seems this motion asks you to reallocate some of your effort to focus on some like the private lines, trees, and across Edmonton. So I just want to understand how that's worked together. Is there any negative impact as well?
They would have to complement each other. The efforts that we have right now involve a number of different tree planting activities. We have specific numbers of trees and targets for both replacement but net new growth. How and where we'll maintain those, where those will be planted. And with that plan in place, with the funding that we have available to us, we are on track to meet the city plan goals for both tree planting but overall canopy coverage. Those projections and trends take into account mortality rate, both on public and private land. So at this point, we're in a position where we're confident that we'll be able to achieve the city plan goals without a private tree bylaw. And so then this motion, how I'm interpreting it, would be to complement or to be parallel to the work that is already planned and ongoing.
So what I heard here, and I just try to make sure my understanding is correct. Also, my understanding is reflect what I heard and during our tree planting event. So I did see the really positive response and from public and for tree planting events, and even like in my ward, we have a few events and people really actively engaged, participant for the tree plant. So if we are focused on that piece, is there any adequate public engagement and really asking and how much effort and from public's perspective we need to focus on the private line trees? Is there any public engagements and then to get feedback and get other type of opinions and from the public? Because right now the public, yes, is really positively react and to our tree goals and tree canopy goals, and it's not about the private line trees. So I just want better understanding.
I'll start by saying completely agree in terms of the public support for tree planting activities, and I'll use this as a shameless plug to say I'm looking forward to seeing as many people this weekend on this Saturday. There's a Root for Trees event at Louis McKinney Park, 10 to 2, Plant with Pride. We'll be there, but it does engage and it activates our public, and they're great events and they contribute significantly to our tree planting goals. In terms of public engagement for the bylaw aspect, that would absolutely have to be a part of this process. So we would have to engage the public and fully understand the impacts and public's perspective on.
So the public engagement and in terms of the private tree bylaw is not happening yet at this point.
There has been surveys to talk about it, but it hasn't been an in-depth discussion on doing research and engagement and public's perception for private tree bylaws.
Okay, so my next question to the mover. The mover is about, and specific for this, the intention for this motion is to, for the long-term goal, to achieve, to make that bylaw on private land for the private trees. So that is what I see from this.
Yes, but in a very specific scenario. So I don't know if I have enough time to answer that in specific scenarios. So
okay.
I'll try. I might ask questions that will hopefully
answer that.
Thank
you. My time is up.
Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I confess that I missed the debate on this at the last council meeting. So, and I really don't want to cause any relitigation. So feel free to give me a skunk eye if I'm repeating myself. So, but my apprehension on this, and the apprehension I've heard and that I share is split between a private landowner that wants to take down a tree and put a tree up over there, and infill projects where most, if not all, the trees on a lot go away. Do we have the capacity or the ironically enough, the data collection capacity to know, to have some understanding of how much is happening in each scenario?
At this point, what we have is mostly a citywide.
We just have the LiDAR.
We have LiDAR. We can break that down to both public and private land, but it's not down to the homeowner's property and the type of tree, or is it diseased, the size of it, the species, those types of details is not something that's currently captured.
We're not capturing complaint data about, you know, the tree that my neighbor cut down versus the tree that an infill contractor cut down, pardon me. We're not tracking that.
We are not. So
I would be interested in that. I don't know how much that was discussed or whatever, so I'll just leave that there. Councillor Linac, you want to describe your scenario that you were?
I'm glad you gave your two scenarios because that will help make sure it's perfectly clear. Scenario one that you described, somebody who's moving a tree from one area to another, wants to maintain a diseased tree, that would not be at all part of what my envisioning of a bylaw is, to be very clear. That is not part of what I've made a motion on. That's not how I introduced it. If that needs to be more clear, then happy to make sure that is more clear, because that is not at all the intent. The intent is solely focused on point two, which you've described, which is the clear cutting of a lot for somebody who's doing new development. And again, not even to prevent somebody, as we heard, because I want to make sure Ms. Petron's point is well taken there. Somebody's looking to do an apartment building, and they have to cut every tree down to build an apartment building that's alignment with the city plan. I also don't want a tree bylaw to worry about that. It is, you know, if there's a tree at the very front of the lot that has nothing to do with the building that's looking to be built, can we try to preserve that one? But don't prevent density from occurring as per the city plan. Don't prevent an individual property owner from doing what they want. That is not the intent of the motion whatsoever. It's solely about the new development and things outside of the building pocket.
Thank you. So, in the form of a question, is there an opportunity to provide more clarity in this motion that would describe that? Maybe
yes.
Maybe that's rhetorical.
I'm happy to. That's how I introduced it, but I also appreciate that based off the questions, it's not clear. So I'm happy to have whatever that wording looks like to make sure everyone's on the same page.
Well, having the advantage of coming in cold, it doesn't say that here. It looks like a blanket.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and I'm sorry, I'll catch up and leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Tank, could you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. So just a question on the policy recommendations piece. I guess I'm just wondering to administration, like, do you anticipate that this report would uncover or bring forward recommendations that we haven't already implemented or that haven't already been in front of us? I'm just trying to understand that piece.
Some of the previous reports were related to options to implement some level of private tree bylaw. We haven't conducted engagement to the level of what tree might be protected. And I think part of this is doing the engagement and creating a bylaw, but also how it can be implemented. Private tree bylaws can certainly be divisive and have unintended consequences where it's sort of potentially pitting neighbors against neighbors around, is it that tree or a different tree? So how do we effectively implement it when there's different trees that we're talking about on a property that need to be protected?
Right. So, and in your opening remarks, you referenced some of the challenges around if there were a bylaw, just the enforcement piece alone can be quite challenging. Would that be covered if this were to move forward, and we're contemplating how something like that would be implemented? Would those types of things be flagged as well? Because I'm really interested in that. Like, obviously, we want to make as informed a decision as possible, and if there are other municipalities that have gone through this process before, would love to be able to learn from them.
I think we'd have to break this project into components to bring reports back to council to get direction, and perhaps Craig can speak about the experience with the public tree bylaw and the different iterations and direction seeking that we received from committee through that process.
I can elaborate on the public tree bylaw. That was one that was, it took a few years to get together. I think 3 years from beginning to end, a lot of engagement with utilities and partners, ADCO, EPCOR, those who are impacted by the public tree bylaw that protects those boulevard trees where developments are taking place. The data tracking, it was about $1 million to get it going, and we're still working through how to enforce it, how to track it, and how to charge for it. So right now there are no fees. That was originally part of it, but just based on getting it going and stakeholder feedback, we decided to delay fees at this point. So it's an ongoing process. I would anticipate this to be similar if it were to be on private land.
Okay, and then just process-wise, if this were to move forward, like the timing of this would coincide with, is it Councillor Stevenson's motion? Like, would there be some dovetailing there? Or would this be, because we have Mayor Sohi's motions, Councillor Stevenson's motions, and then would this be on top of, or is there any efficiencies there to be gained, or is it a separate body of work?
It's a separate body of work. I think we need to develop project scoping, budget, and resources to be able to conduct a project like this. I think with Councillor Stevenson's motion, it was really reporting back on, the data and the metrics that were in the report today in 1 year's time, so that council could have an understanding of progress. And if we needed to pivot or go faster or do something different to ensure we continue to stay aligned with our city plan goals.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll take the chair back, Councillor Tang.
Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
So what I'm thinking of doing, recognizing the comments, is maybe we could postpone this item to after lunch, so I can redraft wording that makes it explicitly clear, if that's okay. I would make a motion just to postpone, so I can work on that instead of trying to do this on the fly with the clerks and everyone.
Sure. So we have a motion to postpone, seconded by Councillor Paquette.
Yep.
Councillor Rutherford, do you have a question on the postponement? Yep. Go ahead.
So at the last council meeting, this wasn't the original motion that was tabled. It was more explicit than this. That included, the addition, like that the private tree bylaw for new development and infill. And that I didn't support, but that did pass, including you did support it. So I just want to make sure that if we postpone it and there's another motion that's drawn, it's not going to be out of order and overturning a decision council made at the last meeting. So how are you going to redraft it to be more clear without countering the decision that we just made at the last council meeting?
So in order to restate, I believe I would have to have unanimous consent of council, if I understand the rules correctly on that. So that would be a way to ensure that there's not a feeling that...
But we already approved the council minutes from the last meeting, which approved that amendment. So I'm guessing maybe to city clerk, does it get weird if he withdraws this motion with unanimous consent, puts a new one on the floor that has the same sentiments as the amendment
It depends on what, so.
Okay, because I just feel like we're getting a little bit,
It's getting a little gray, for sure.
Yeah.
So I think, just to be clear, what's on the floor is a motion to postpone. I'm going to say indefinitely. I don't want to make time specifics and tie ourselves in knots, but I do not recommend crafting something on the fly because I would like to go back and check previous decisions before you vote on anything to make sure
Yeah.
it's actually valid.
so if it's postponed, I would feel comfortable with it being postponed to do that proper review to make sure that it would be in order so that we're not, back here this afternoon ending up spending an hour debating whether it's in order or not. So just wanted to put that out. So I'm support postponement as long as it's not coming back today, so that there can be that time. I guess to the mover, would that be?
Tomorrow's fine, but yeah, I didn't, just said after lunch, but it can be tomorrow, whatever. We've got some items on the agenda tomorrow, so I'm fine with that. Gives us time.
Okay, I mean, I'll just speak to it quickly. I would prefer, I think that the public's been waiting for an answer on this one for a while now. It keeps getting postponed. I would prefer to just move forward and make a decisive decision, but I understand, there's clearly an unclearness, on our understanding.
Okay.
So,
Okay, so let's vote on postponement. And just to be clear, postpone to Wednesday is what is currently written. Or are we saying postpone indefinitely to city clerk?
I love postpone indefinitely because it gives maximum
Well,
flexibility.
it gives flexibility, like that could mean after lunch, that could mean tomorrow. Or
It could mean never.
Councillor Knack, I would look to your,
It's not never, so, because we need to make a decision one way or another. So to some, I guess, later in the meeting,
Yep.
that which leaves today,
Let's-
tomorrow, we can take time to figure it out.
let's go with later in the meeting.
Yeah.
That provides flexibility. Okay, so to postpone to later in the meeting, Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak?
I already did.
Okay.
I'm not going to support it.
Excellent. So anyone else? No, let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Okay, so we'll deal with this item later in the meeting. And we'll now go back to vehicle for hire. So item 6.3, which was selected by Councillor Wright. Are there any opening or introductory remarks on this one to administration?
We can provide opening remarks if you like.
Sure, some brief opening remarks would be great, and then we'll go to Councillor Wright.
Good morning. The Vehicle for Hire bylaw regulates vehicle for hire in alignment with the city's commitment to public safety and the city plan direction that Edmonton's mobility system should be safe, secure, accessible, and responsive. For clarity, vehicle for hire industry members include limousines, shuttles, taxis, rideshare companies, and Uber. So the report before you today responds to two motions made by council. The first motion was made in March of last year, which asked administration to expand accessibility driver training to all vehicle for hire drivers. And the second motion was made at Community and Public Services Committee meeting on May 1st, 2023, and directed administration to add provisions to the vehicle for hire bylaw that would allow a vehicle for hire driver to refuse a ride to passengers if a deposit is not provided on request. So the report identified options to deliver the vehicle for hire training and the different topics that would be considered in each module. So we're here today to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, you selected this. Would you like to go ahead?
Sure, thank you. So the work plan that's outlined in the report isn't necessarily set in stone. Like doesn't necessarily have to be a a one-day in-person training. That can still be worked out with stakeholders?
That's correct. And we have committed to that, Councillor Wright, in the discussions through committee that we would work with our vehicle for hire industry because each one has their own training approach, and so looking at how we can integrate the training into their existing programs.
Okay, and I think from the jurisdictional scan that's been done, having mandatory training isn't out of the question. It's quite common, I think.
There are other municipalities that do this, yes.
Okay, and some of those, so other companies and Uber and that, they also participate in those other jurisdictions, right?
This bylaw would apply to the Uber companies or transportation network companies is how we account for them in our bylaw, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. I do have a subsequent motion as well to deal with some advocacy in regards to insurance and that to help out the companies as well. But that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Would you like to move first reading?
Sure, I will move first reading.
Second.
Okay, first reading on the floor for the amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw. Any additional questions or, Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I do have a concern with mandatory training requirements. Although I do believe we need mandatory training requirements, I do believe that there could be negative effects. And if someone takes the training today and 5 years from now they have an accessible vehicle, but they took the training 5 years earlier, is it up to date? Would they need to recertify, or what would be, have we thought of that? Because, you know, the old saying, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, so the intention would be to go through a second round of engagement with both the industry stakeholders and the drivers to get an understanding of how to navigate those exact scenarios. So how exactly can we make sure that we're following the intent of the motion to make sure that the training content is up to date, that the service provided to users is safe and applicable, while at the same time being really clear about the impact to drivers and not negatively impacting those drivers, especially those with accessible vehicles who we know bear a higher cost burden and a training burden than some of our other drivers.
Right, and you know, there are different levels of accessibility and different ways to help, you know, and I do think we need accessible training, but I think the actual hands-on wheelchair accessible vehicles, that should be a separate module, I believe, and I don't think that one should be mandatory. I think we need to be doing more to incentivize drivers to become accessible, like wheelchair accessible drivers. I think we need to be doing more in that, and I don't think that, I know that this is put forward as a step towards that, but I don't know how impactful that will be, requiring everyone to take that training. I think there are other steps we could take. Would this motion be looking at other ways to try to increase the amount of drivers we have?
Councillor Principe, that's really good feedback. And there was another report that was associated with this bylaw report, which included our work plan for the vehicle for hire service, which includes exactly what you're speaking to in terms of incentives and subsidies, or what are the approaches to support higher level of service for accessible vehicles. So that is part of our work plan in 2023 and 2024.
Okay, so I really want to support this this motion, but if I support it, will I be supporting all drivers being expected to take the complete mandatory training requirements?
Yes. So the way that the motion, or the original motion from council was that it would be mandatory driver training for all of the drivers, regardless of vehicle-specific accessible vehicle, Uber, etc. And it was just to create equity across the industry in terms of the training expectations.
Yeah, I'll just add that we see the training and then some of the further actions in the work plan as being really complementary. So we understand that the mandatory training isn't going to resolve this really complex supply-demand issue that we're having, particularly with accessible vehicles. But what we heard really clearly from our user stakeholders is that there's a lot of work to do, even for the non-accessible vehicle drivers, to understand what a broad requirement for accessibility service means. So we want to be able to provide that level of service through the training and then really tackle the supply-demand issues separately through those other activities described in the work plan.
And I agree with that, and that's what I was saying, there's different levels of accessibility, and also even just, being aware of, my time, just being aware, you're right, but I still, and I know I'm getting in the weeds and I'm very sorry, but I just don't feel that having everyone take a module or the training for accessible vehicles, if you're not driving an accessible vehicle, it just, again, I'm concerned that, and I know you said that that is something that would be worked out to make sure that they would recertify or have up-to-date training. But it is a concern of mine.
Yeah, and just to clarify, like the second round of engagement that needs to happen with the drivers and industry is really going to be about narrowing that in. So we wouldn't be pulling together content for drivers who aren't driving those wheelchair-ready vans to take the same loading and unloading training if they're not driving those vehicles, if that makes any sense. We wouldn't be kind of carte blanche forcing folks to take the content that's not applicable to them as drivers. So for instance, someone's driving.
Okay, sorry, my time's up. I might come back around. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Prince-Pay. Councillor Knack.
Well, actually, I wouldn't mind, because I think what I've heard is essentially approving this, you will then go do some of the nuance in that, because for transportation network companies, they've got some training, as do the other company, the standard taxis. You're going to see what all their training looks like, what's currently aligned with what we're going for, where we need additional work, how to best deliver it. You're not, so for somebody that actually has an accessible vehicle, there probably does need to be some type of in-person, actual training. Somebody that doesn't have that, you might have an accessibility training that can be done online. So what I've heard is that you're going to go away and take that and go work with all the companies and sort of develop an action plan off that front. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct,
Yeah.
100%. And that was really based on what we heard from drivers and the impact that the training may have on them and the other impacts that they're feeling in the industry and the economy. So.
And there might be some, so that goes back to, I think when we were talking about a committee, that notion of equivalency training. If they've already got things that align with our goals, that's great. I had a recent chat with folks from Uber, but I actually also raised with them, I didn't know if they had enough on the accessibility side. They probably don't need the physical, scooter training, but are they doing enough on accessibility for those with invisible disabilities? And so that's part of what you need to do, and there might be a way through their existing modules of adding to it and making sure that it accomplishes our goals, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, then that's perfect. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. So I heard just this is about ensuring consistency across the different vehicle groups. I feel like I've been following this conversation for a while now, but there's actually a number of things. I think that incentive one, even like a grant program to allow drivers to upgrade their vehicle, that's part of the work plan, which is ongoing. This motion doesn't stop any of that, right?
That's correct.
Right, and this motion will allow for that continuous engagement. And I thought, if I recall from the committee, there were actually fairly broad stroke support for this. The discrepancy came from actually, is it in person or online? But that, I also understood that there was going to be further engagement even on that with specifically the Uber drivers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that will be part of the work of rolling this out moving forward.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So the first question is about the first round engagement, and that has already happened. Based on the last meeting when the industrial drivers, stakeholders come to council to speak, they presented the two requests to amendment for this bylaw. Did their comments or requests already reflected in this bylaw or not yet?
Councillor Rice, was this related to the request from Greater Edmonton Taxi for the addition of the ability of the drivers to obtain a deposit?
Yeah, I don't have a specific organization name, but there are 3 speakers come to request that 2 amendment, and before we pass this bylaw, I just wondering if that 2 amendment already included or not.
Councillor Rice, the 2 amendments that were asked for at committee, one of them was the ability to add a deposit. The other one was a question to make the fuel surcharge not temporary, and at committee we clarified that that fuel surcharge was already permanent until you change it, so no amendment was needed. The deposit is included in this version.
Okay. So I heard the action plan, and for the second round engagement is underway, so we will do the more engagement. But my question is, based on the feedback, based on the emails in my inbox, the business right now is feel more challenge for this mandatory training. To me, is a little bit logical issue. If we already say you have to do the mandatory training, and then after this passed, we go back say, oh, what type of training is missing? So to me, it's a little bit not logically. So I rather say how this training really impact our business community, and because many people and many our Edmontonians rely on this type of business for their living, what impact on them, and before we passed, say this is mandatory, no matter, and you have to do it. So from that high-level perspective, what's the specific impact from your perspective to say this could impact our city's services provided to the people? And specifically right now with the factor we already heard, sometimes it's really difficult to hire vehicle. And so I just want to look at that impact for the business if we pass this bylaw.
So Councillor Rice, the motion was originally to direct administration to provide options to deliver the mandatory training. And so we explored different options and conducted engagement with dispatchers, drivers, and users. And so through that, we felt or recommended that the dispatchers are best positions to deliver the training because they already have some amount of training that they provide to their drivers. So we do recognize that there is a time component for drivers to take the training. So we are committed to work with each of the stakeholder groups to find a way to best integrate into their existing training so that there isn't a significant impact to the drivers. But there is some time that it would take for drivers to do the training that they don't currently conduct right now. Lisa, do you want to add anything?
I think just to emphasize that the majority of our industry partners are providing training already, right? They may have instructors that they're working with, physical facilities, online training programs that they're working with. So the majority of this is just providing an equitable approach to the content that's provided in training across industry, and then working with each of those industry partners to ensure that the delivery isn't additionally onerous for them.
So what's the feedback and from industrial stakeholders? The feedback and from the public hearing last time in the committee meeting, I heard is against it. So, but I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. But I heard from you say, oh, they're supported. So what's the specific feedback from that?
The majority of the feedback that we heard in our industry engagement sessions was really just around wanting to ensure that the training was complementary and seamless with their existing training provision, as opposed to straight opposition to the training. The message from industry was also pretty clear about them wanting the ability to deliver the training in line with the services that they were already providing and in a way that worked with their driver stakeholder groups most effectively. And so that's, I think, reflected in the recommendation from administration around kind of the shared approach to this, with the city mandating the content and then industry delivering the content.
Thank you. So we're out of time. Thank you, Councillor Rice. All right, so I'm not seeing anyone else on the board for questions. So Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? Okay, not seeing anyone, so we'll go to Councillor Wright to close. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. This has been sort of a prolonged process that we've taken to get here, but I do appreciate it. I think we've heard in committee from both the WAVE and the Accessibility Advisory Committee the importance to have this accessibility training become mandatory and complementary to what business is already doing. So I do appreciate this, and I appreciate that you also working with stakeholders as well to further develop this training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Would you like to move second reading?
I move second reading of bylaw 20388.
Second.
Please vote on second reading.
We're just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried.
And move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Please vote on consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried.
And I move third and final reading of bylaw 20388.
Second.
Let's vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Excellent. So that concludes item 6.3.
I have a
and there's a subsequent
motion
Yep.
as well.
Please go ahead, Councillor Wright.
And I'm not sure if the clerk has this, so shall I put it in chat? You've got it? Okay, awesome. Okay, so I move that the mayor, on behalf of City Council, write a letter to the Provincial Minister of Finance to advocate for A, legislative changes to exempt taxis from the direct compensation for property damage insurance model, and or B, approve of an alternate insurance policy option that provides coverage and benefits comparable to the SPF number 9 policy applicable to transportation network vehicles, as this industry is an extension of the public transportation system.
Second.
Okay, and introductory remarks, Councillor Wright?
Well, this is just sort of one of the incentives or to assist business with the additional costs of insuring these vehicles. And by advocating to the province to align them with the public transportation system, this allows them to reduce their insurance costs.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Tang.
Just to speak.
Okay, colleagues, sorry, just reading this as well. Councillor Rutherford, questions? Yep.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so I'm not understanding the first point. So can you tell me what happens now and what you would be hoping to change through legislation? Like what currently happens that you're wanting to advocate for different?
Ms. Johnson?
So what happened is back in January 2021, there were changes provincially to how auto insurance is handled, and we moved to a direct compensation for property damage model. So rather than the previous model where you were not at fault in a collision and your insurance company would recover damages from the third party, your insurance company pays those damages directly to you. The taxi industry has expressed some concerns with that, indicating to us, and we don't have data or information to be able to say either way, unfortunately, because we don't have access to their loss histories, that it's increased their costs, and so they're asking for a change to be exempt from this model.
Is that a municipal issue is that, I guess, to the mover, where we want to expend our advocacy efforts?
Well, because it's not a municipal issue, and it's just something that we can do to help the businesses in this area as a result of the no-fault insurance.
I know. I
know
guess
we've been
to,
advocating.
I guess to city clerk or somebody in administration, how many advocacy letters have we written to the province? Estimate in the last 6 months.
I would say 8 or 10, Councillor.
Oh, it's lower than I thought it was. It feels like more. Okay, that answers my question. Okay, that's, but they recently changed this. So what was the, I guess the legal, if they recently changed it, what was the impetus for the change in the first place? Because you said it was just 2019 that they changed that, right?
The bill passed in 2020. It came into effect in January 2021.
So very recently.
Very recently. It was after a significant provincial review of auto insurance across the board, and they made the decision that this is where they wanted to go, and there are very limited exceptions of who is exempt from this direct claims model.
But was there has there been any context from the province or the taxi industry about why, I guess from the province specifically, why they included, like, what was the rationale? Because they obviously did a thorough review. They felt it was worth putting them in. What was their rationale?
The stated purpose by the province is that it does reduce costs overall because insurers have a better understanding of what they are insuring, because they are insuring the vehicles that are owned and operated by their insured drivers rather than the third-party unknown risk. And so after an extensive amount of work and a very lengthy report, they decided to go forward with this. And like I said, there are very few exceptions. There are for some large self-insured fleets who had the ability to choose whether to opt in. They were automatically excluded. But private insurance, your personal insurance, everyone else in Alberta is automatically, this was a mandatory shift back in January 2021.
Interesting. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tankster, you're to speak, correct? Yeah. Can you take the chair?
So taken.
Thank you. Yeah. So maybe just to the mover. Are you like is the industry engaging in their own advocacy right now? Like, can you just shed some light on that for me? Why? I guess have they directly asked for council to step into this space?
They have asked. They have asked for some sort of incentive or some way to reduce their costs. And since there's nothing that we can really do at a municipal level except maybe cover the cost of their mandatory training, so it's just something that we can move forward to the provincial government for. From my understanding, it's not uncommon in other jurisdictions as well that do have no-fault insurance and that have had it for some time, that they've made these concessions for those that are designated as part of the public transportation system.
Okay. And then maybe to city manager. Just reflecting on Councillor Rutherford's point around how many advocacy priorities we have on the go right now, how does this fit into that broader conversation and intergov priorities? Like, is this going to compromise any of our work?
I don't think it will compromise any of the work, Councillor. There are different departments looking at different things, so I don't think
So you
it'll
don't see
be
this
top
as a
on
risk?
the list. No, I don't see it as a risk, no.
Okay, that's helpful. That's it for me. I'll move a second round.
Second.
Please vote. we're voting for second round.
I don't need a second
Oh,
after all.
Sorry,
Oh,
we'll recall the vote.
oh, no, sorry, Councillor Principe is wanting.
But it will be first round for Councillor Principe, so we don't need a second round then. We'll recall that.
Vote's recalled.
yep. And I'll
give that
take
back
the
to
chair.
you.
Okay. So, sorry, Councillor Wright, are you just to speak then? Okay, okay. All right. So I'm not seeing further questions other than, like, Councillor Principe, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor
go ahead.
Salvador. I just couldn't click on. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of, and this is, I think, to administration, maybe to law. Is this direct compensation for property damage insurance model is that the same model that our public transportation system would have?
By public transportation, do you mean like the city-operated Edmonton Transit System?
Correct.
No, so the city, because we self-insure our vehicles and carry financial responsibility, we had the choice of whether to opt into this model, so it is different. But it is not, the choice of the model is not determined on whether or not we're public transportation. Remember, we have a large fleet that does more than public transportation. It was purely based on how we insure our vehicles. This applies to vehicles like your personal vehicle that are insured privately.
Sorry, this would apply to when a personal
Yes.
vehicle would?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. That was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Tang to speak.
Yeah, great, thank you. For once, we're not coming for advocacy for budget or for housing or for social service, and this is a very squarely, provincial issue. Councillor Ray and I have been following the vehicle for hire conversation for quite some time, and one of the things that industry has approached some of us about some of the challenge that they have been having, as much as the industry does their own advocacy, I think they would just appreciate the same kind of Team Edmonton approach on issues like this. We know the taxi industry has been really hard hit during the pandemic. As we try to move towards a much more open, inclusive, and accessible vehicle for hire system, one of the key things that keeps coming up too is the cost. For the entire industry, they are slammed, just like many of us are. And one of the things that I find really concerning is that as insurance costs rise, as various costs rise, drivers actually don't even know if they're going to be staying in the industry, never mind upgrading their vehicle to accessible vehicle, never mind providing, those kinds of above and beyond service, and really upgrading our entire system to the 21st century. And this may feel like we're expending political capital, but I will argue, I think it actually aligns with a lot of the values of inclusive city that we have. And, when we kind of look at the various incentives, there's lots of different things. The work plan covers a number of them, but this is one where really the only role we can play is advocacy. And I actually think we should be, making sure we are tapping into all those tools. So that's why I really appreciate Councillor Wright for putting this forward, and I appreciate administration for providing the input on this. There's a lot of legalese here that I don't even really understand, but I think the overall goal is to make sure that we are incenting drivers for staying in the sector and helping them wherever we can, even if it's in an advocacy role. And I guess the last thing I'll just say is, yes, we do send letters. I'm on other associations that also send letters. But I think one thing that letters do, even if it doesn't always get to the final outcome that we are hoping for, is that it starts that conversation and gives us a very specific purpose for approaching the provincial government. And I think this is something, recognizing there has been work and conversation and engagement hopefully done with industry, but clearly something was missed, and I will support a bit of a Team Edmonton approach on this to re-examine. Thank you, and I encourage my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the intent. As this is the first time I'm seeing it, I am not comfortable saying yes to this, even as I, looked at the report on the Alberta Automobile Insurance Compensation System reform. This is fairly new, and it's 536 pages. I do not feel like an expert in this to know what are the unintended consequences. So for example, if, yes, it lowers the cost for taxis, but does that mean, because as I'm reading this, the reason that the impetus for change was that things would get caught up in litigation? And so do we have passengers in the taxis that are going to be held up in compensation with this not with this advocacy, but if this change was made? So I do not feel confident. So my no vote is because I do not feel like I am confident in what I am advocating for, and the full context of why the decision was made to change that in the first place. So I can't support on principle advocacy that I'm not understanding what we're advocating for. So I will be saying no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you very much. I can understand your hesitancy, but I think just taking this step forward, letting the province, who is responsible for this area, then to take another look at it and assess whether or not it's an and/or kind of thing. So they might do one, not the other. I think anything that we can do to help this industry not only recover but also to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Just make sure there's no one else that wants to be. Oh, okay. And, well, she's closed, so never mind. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. So, we are done with 6.3 and the subsequent that followed 6.3. We're now going into public reports. So 7.1, which is a spring 2023 supplemental capital budget adjustment. And I assume there's quite a lengthy presentation from administration.
It's not too lengthy, but it's pretty tight.
A little more substantial, yeah. Okay, I'm just looking at the time, so we have about 45 minutes left, so we can at least get through this presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Council. With me today, of course, is our Deputy City Manager of Financial and Corporate Services and CFO, Stacey Padbury. This morning, we're presenting the first supplemental adjustment, and of course, we've got Adam Laughlin here as well, for the 23 to 26 capital budget. The SCBA allows Council to adjust the capital budget twice a year in response to changing project needs, new funding opportunities and challenges, emerging issues, and any changing priorities. Periodic adjustments also allow the city to make changes to capital project budgets as required using the Project Development and Delivery Model, or known as PDDM. The PDDM model is iterative. At each stage of concept and design, more precise estimates are possible, and this allows city to ensure projects move to an appropriate level of development before being considered for delivery. And regular budget adjustments are part of this model. The recently released corporate business plan outlines the actions we will take to achieve the Connect Edmonton strategic goals and the city's big plan moves. We're focused on maintaining a great city, including the parks, bridges, paths, roads, buildings, and LRT lines Edmontonians use every day. The capital budget responds to these challenges by focusing on maintaining the infrastructure we have and advancing projects that are critical to the city's growth. The projects in the capital budget build our Edmonton's mobility network, no matter how people choose to move around. The projects support development of communities where people can meet many of their needs within a 15-minute commute. The capital investments support economic growth across our city's main industries, and capital projects help us adapt to climate change and support our energy transition. The current 4-year capital budget was approved in December 2022 for the period of 23 to 26. And today we're presenting the first supplemental capital budget adjustment for this cycle, which will allow us to make the final adjustments, or the first adjustments, to the already approved capital budget. The spring 2023 supplemental capital budget adjustment report has 2 recommendations. The first is that 45 adjustments in attachment 4 be approved, and they are comprised of 6 different types of adjustments, as you see on this slide. Today we'll provide additional information on each of these categories and highlight the significant adjustments within them. The second recommendation in the report is for an in-private amount outlined in attachment 8, and details of this item will be made public in the coming weeks. I'll now ask Stacy to take us through the specifics of the SCBA. Thanks.
Thanks and good morning. This slide shows the approved capital budget prior to the 2023 spring supplemental capital budget adjustment. This slide includes tax-supported operations, the waste utility, and the Blatchford and downtown district energy utilities. The approved capital budget for the entire city prior to the 2023 spring supplemental capital budget adjustment is $10.2 billion, comprised of $9.5 billion within the 2023 to 2026 timeframe, and $736 million approved in the years 2027 and beyond. The 2023 Spring Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment Report addresses administration's recommended adjustments to the capital budget for tax-supported operations only. Adjustments to the utility and district energy budgets are brought forward in separate reports to City Council directed through the Utility Committee. Next slide, please. The 2023 Spring Supplemental Capital Budget Adjustment, as proposed, recommends $25.7 million increase to the city's overall approved capital budget. The table on this slide shows the categorization of these adjustments and significant projects included in each one. $11.1 million related to new profiles recommended for funding are recommended in this budget adjustment, and this includes the Warehouse Park, Imagine Jasper Avenue, and the 107th Avenue revitalization. All new profiles recommended are included in attachment 5 of this report. A $3.7 million increase relating to scope changes, including Peter Hemingway Fitness and Leisure Center Phase 2 and the demolition of Skona Pool. Recosting increases result in a net $12.1 million increase to the approved capital budget, with the most significant items being on the Ironworks Building Rehabilitation Project. Recosting decreases or releases result in a net $2.2 million reduction to the approved capital budget, and transfers from the operating to capital budget result in a net $1 million increase to the approved capital budget. The net result of all the proposed adjustments recommended in attachment 4 is $25.7 million, and it's an increase to the approved capital budget. The most significant items contributing to this net increase is the addition of $8.9 million of funding approved under the Federal Active Transportation Fund program. Next slide, please. At the November 30th, 2022 City Council budget deliberation meeting, a motion was passed to fund the demolition of the Edmonton Coliseum for $35 million. Of this amount, $19.25 million was interim financed from the land enterprise retained earnings. The motion included direction for administration to return to the spring supplemental capital budget adjustment with a plan to repay the retained earnings over a period not to exceed 5 years. As outlined in the April 14th, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 01094, Land Development Policy C11, recommended updates, administration considered allocating a portion of the increased land enterprise dividend as part of the repayment strategy for the demolition of the Coliseum. Administration is now recommending this approach for the following reasons. It results in no increase to the 2024 to 2026 tax levy. It results in no reductions to the previously approved capital projects. And administration believes it has the ability to repay the land enterprise dividend retained earnings within the 5-year time frame. Administration will bring forward the recommendations required to recognize the increase and the redirection of the land enterprise dividend to repay the interim land enterprise dividend retained earnings used to finance the demolition of the Coliseum as part of the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment. The next few slides will walk council through the changes to the city's corporate funding pool. The corporate funding pool is a term used to describe funding sources used primarily for capital that have very few constraints. It consists of the following 4 funding sources: Pay-as-you-go funding, which is a combination of investment earnings and tax levy directed towards capital. Municipal Sustainability Initiative, or MSI funding, which is a provincial grant program. Local Government Fiscal Framework, or LGFF funding, which is another provincial grant that will replace the MSI program in 2024. And the Canada Community Building Fund, or CCBF, which is an annual grant from the federal government. Next slide. At the conclusion of the 2023 to 2026 capital budget deliberations, the corporate funding pool was in a positive balance of $35.3 million. This balance consisted entirely of CCBF funding that was held to offset the additional $83.5 million of tax-supported debt that was approved at the fall 2021 SCBA for the 50th Street CPR grade separation and Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Center projects. Adjustments to the corporate pool since the 2023 to 2026 capital budget deliberations have resulted in a net reduction in the corporate pool of $7.1 million in pay-as-you-go. The result is a positive balance in the corporate funding pool of $28.2 million prior to considering any of the recommendations in the spring supplemental capital budget adjustment. Administration is recommending the use of $38.3 million of corporate pool funding towards adjustments recommended in the spring SCBA. This consists of applying $35.3 million in CCBF funding to the 50th Street CPR grade separation project to reduce the amount of debt approved for that project, and $3 million of pay-as-you-go funding applied to the Scona pool demolition and taxation and assessment collection systems projects. Assuming approval of the recommendations in this report, the corporate funding pool will be in a deficit balance of $10.1 million, consisting entirely of pay-as-you-go. Administration will continue to monitor this $10.1 million deficit balance over the remainder of the 2023 budget year. Additional pay-as-you-go may be available from positive variances in investment earnings and releases from existing budgets as projects come to completion. Overall, administration considers the $10.1 million deficit balance to be manageable over the 4-year cycle. If additional funds are not realized, the deficit balance will be carried forward to the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle, limiting the total of new funding available in that cycle. An overview of the corporate funding pool balances are included in attachment 6 of the report. There are 3 adjustments proposed in the spring 2023 supplemental capital budget adjustment that impact tax-supported debt. These 3 adjustments are shown in the table on this slide and combine to a total of $64.5 million in a reduction to the city's tax-supported debt. The estimated debt servicing savings that would result from these adjustments is $5 million per year phased in over the period of 2024 to 2027. Adjustments to debt servicing will be brought forward as part of the fall 2023 supplemental operating budget adjustment. I'll now pass the presentation back over to Andre to discuss funding levels in the city's renewal program.
Thanks, Stacey. In the 2023 to 2026 capital budget, the ideal renewal investment was identified as $3.5 billion. However, the available funding for renewal was 54% of this ideal requirement. And once renewal programs with constrained funding such as neighborhood renewal and bridges were considered, the remainder of the new renewal program was funded at 30.7% of the ideal investment. While the capital budget made the most of available funding, this level of funding is not sufficient to maintain assets and may create issues of sustainability over the longer term. Continued underinvestment in renewal can impact the condition of our assets, including life cycles, and perhaps creating urgent maintenance needs and causing service disruptions. So we just wanted to point this out. The 23 to 32 capital investment outlook presented 3 strategies to council as options to help address the renewal shortfall going forward. These included right-sizing of our asset inventory and a new dedicated allocation of tax levy for renewal and redirection of neighborhood renewal funding to other renewal programs. Opportunities for right-sizing of assets are being explored, and some decisions have already been made to right-size assets through decisions to decommission of for decommissioning of assets that were no longer achieving the desired outcomes. Just want to have a minor comment here on OP12 as it relates to this. While the work of OP12 is primarily focused on the redirection of funds towards council priorities and core services within the operating budget, the city's operating and capital budget are indeed connected. Decisions on services and service levels are fundamental to the city's capital program. So as we work through OP12, administration will continue to consider the impact on capital with a focus on renewal as we consider that impact. That concludes our presentation, and we're now happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now, Councillor Knack, you had selected this item. I'll go to you first.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I think you might be answered my main question, which is that because we didn't actually make a motion, correct, on a dedicated renewal piece. We never ended up doing that.
You did not?
But I am here, because I was wondering if this was the time to do it, but what I've just heard from you, Mr. Corbold, is that you're potentially looking at that as part of this OP12 exercise, because I do think we need to do that. I just don't know if you would like us to make that more of a direct motion, or if what I've heard from you is that as part of the overall OP12, you're going to look at how you would dedicate funds to renewal, because I'm happy to provide more clarity if that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I think I'll just defer to the others as well. I think more clarity would be welcome. I'm not sure we would address this through OP12. I just wanted to make the point that they're related. Okay. And as we look at the OP12 pieces, you know, we might have considerations that can help.
Okay.
But I think the other point I wanted to make is that renewal, this problem is not identified as an OP12 sort of solution, right, in terms of the council priorities.
Okay. So the more direction, the better on that. But I think Councillor Salvador was originally going to make, so I don't want to step on toes, but I just wanted to know that essentially if we're going to go down that path, it would be good to have a motion to make it very clear that that is something we would like to discuss, you know, later this year during budget type idea.
Yeah, I think so. I'd just like to see what Adam would like to add, or Stacey. So.
Absolutely, we'd welcome if you'd like to consider that, or you'd like that to advance. We would like the opportunity to include that in and around the time of the fall SCBA.
Fantastic. Well, I'll defer to Councillor Salvador to see if she has a motion on that, and I didn't get to ask her ahead of time, so I'll await that. Beyond that, just a few quick questions. There we go. Obviously, we're funding now through some of this work we're doing with the project scopes on Jasper Ave and 107th Ave. Exciting. I just wanted to double check though, because I thought I saw with the timelines, both of those projects on 107th and Jasper Ave show that they could take up to 2026, if I read the profiles right. Does that sound correct?
I'll see if others have that more at hand, but we're still in the design phase on those projects. We're at checkpoint 3, so design does need to finish, and then it would be the full construction, and they are quite extensive.
And maybe the wrong time for this question, because this deals more with the actual budget amendment, but timeline is part of the budget amendment, part of the profiles. So I just want to double check, because I think when we were discussing those projects along with the associated, Valley Line LRT, West LRT, the goal was to try to stagger those, but based off the timelines in all three profiles, I'm a little worried that it seems to be that they might all be happening at once now. And again, if we want to chat about it at a later meeting, since this is more about the budget amendment, we could do that, but do you have any initial?
Yeah, I think the benefit of the department we have is that we can coordinate those construction activities a lot better, that it's not in different departments. Specifically, Imagine Jasper comes with a grant.
Yeah.
And that grant comes with timeframes, so we need to make sure that we adhere to that as much as possible. So if we would like to discuss it further, it's probably best as a different kind of conversation.
Set a separate meeting, because I know that we had originally, when committing to do all of these very important projects, that we weren't going to try to shut down 3 parallel east-west corridors all at once, and so I'll
not shutting down.
Or, yeah.
Reducing capacity.
Reducing capacity on all 3 at the same time. So, okay, I'll await a separate conversation on that then. I'll reach out to you and have that chat. I think the other question, again, is probably more relevant in a separate chat, just around setting aside the overage on the Winterburn Industrial Funds, or the Winterburn Industrial Project, which is great. it's being redirected into other pieces, and I was just curious as to whether there had been any thought around addressing still some of the remaining gaps in the Winterburn industrial area with that money versus reallocating it to other projects. But
it's actually a release.
Sorry, that's what I meant. The release is
And it becomes a bit challenging because the local improvement was identified specifically for a defined project, and when the defined project was delivered under budget, it creates some challenges in terms of how that would be released. So the release is essentially the local improvement isn't levied to the amount that was originally identified.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack, and I apologize. We do need a motion on the floor to be chatting.
Happy to move
Thank you,
the
Councillor.
motion as written in the report. And I'll read it out. Okay. Oh, no, I don't need to read it out. Good. As recommended and on the screen as written in the report.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Wright. So we'll continue with questions. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Lots of great news in this report. I really noticed how many grants we've been getting, so both big and small, but really appreciate all the work that's being done to tap into those other resources. I wanted to ask about the reduction of debt on the 50th Street upgrade. So you mentioned that $35 million had been held in the corporate funding pool for that purpose. Was that specifically directed?
So maybe I'll just talk holistically about this. So there were two different things that were happening with this project. One, we were trying to secure additional funding through a federal grant, and then we had held this money in the corporate pool, and it's essentially the CCBF, the former gas tax money. It was included in the previous reports that we were holding that money. But because it's held money, it doesn't have a specific recommendation attached to it.
Gotcha. Because my question there is just what it does to our debt limits in terms of, I would assume that the 50th Street upgrades would be within our restricted debt because it would be match funding, and just wondering if there's value in using that to decrease the debt, like opening up unrestricted debt finance limits.
So I think what the policy tries to do, so I think we're following what the original intention was when we brought the reports forward. What we're trying not to do with the policy is move the debt around to play with the limits. And so I think following our original recommendation, this will create some unrestricted debt room. We'll know more about what that is in the fall when we reforecast what the impact of increasing interest rates has been and the changing of cash flows. But I think I would caution against trying to move debt around on the basis of whether it be restricted or unrestricted. We still want to look holistically at the capacity for debt and trying to make sure that you have the flexibility you need.
No, and that's a good reminder in terms of, I always think of having unrestricted to give us flexibility for emerging issues, but the policy does enable that through again the restricted or emergency debt room that we give ourselves.
That's correct, but I think we're also mindful that all debt contributes to the tax-supported budget, the operating budget through debt servicing.
Yeah. Well, and so on that note, am I correct in understanding that we're paying 7.8% interest on our debt borrowed this year? Because we see a $64 million reduction in debt, which equates to $5 million annual interest payments?
I'll maybe ask Mr. Meikle to help me with this here, but the $5 million is the combined total, and the $5 million is an increase over time, but I'll let Bill explain.
Yes, so when we're forecasting the debt reduction on these profiles, we consider the same rates we use when we're forecasting taking out additional debt. So it's based on the most recent borrowing rates, which I think have been around the 5% mark. I can look those up exactly. And then we do escalate them a bit just for risk in the future. So it's about that 5.5% rate, most likely.
Oh, okay. My reverse math had it closer to 7.8, but glad to hear it's closer to that 5. And then I guess just to the earlier question about that 5 million reduction, that's in our operating budget. So again, Mr. Corbold, wondering if that's an OP12 consideration, or we would just apply that, I think it was a 0.24 decrease, percent decrease in the tax levy. What were your thoughts around that in terms of using the debt repayment savings as part of OP12?
So I think, so I'll let Mr. Cole jump in, but I just wanted to point out that whenever we come to you and we're adjusting debt either upward or downward, we're telling you what the operating impact associated with that upward or downward is. That number might ultimately change before we get to the fall. And so we would first take adjustments. We'd first calculate what the actual number is, and then we'd make the decision from an OP12 perspective.
Yeah, and I would just say I want to see more on OP12 before we make that decision.
Great. Okay, thank you. I have some project-specific questions, but I'll come back for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So I have a couple of fairly specific questions. I'm looking at attachment 3, page 3, item 4.14, Northgate Lions Senior Center Rehabilitation, $4.8 million. I'm wondering if on senior centers, if these are managed essentially as a bundle, and if they're managed in like a life cycle costing kind of way, because we have several senior centers that we operate and maintain in partnership, and I'm just curious about how that happens.
So Pascal can help with this, but we sort of treat them with our other facilities from a priority of renewal perspective. Something that has elevated this one is actually that we received some grant funding to support the renewal efforts that we have planned for this facility. And Pascal, just if you want to add related to the determination of specifically senior centers.
For sure, Adam. So as Adam mentions, the facilities were, back in 2017, I believe, were determined to be under the city's responsibility for maintenance. And so we treat them as all of our facilities. And so they are part of our life cycle and asset management work, and they get prioritized as needed based on their conditions, the asset prioritization tools that we have. And in this case, with the grant, this particular facility was prioritized. We did some work on other senior centers in previous budget cycles based on those same principles.
So part of my question is that there is not a senior center in Southwest Edmonton. And there's been a fairly consistent and repeated requests for dollar amounts from the city or from whatever mechanism, far less than this, to get a modest seniors center built in Southwest Edmonton. And I realize this is a rehabilitation model, but I'm wondering how we can find a way to support that center, given that we are putting millions of dollars into other centers and kind of won't even consider the idea of a center in Southwest Edmonton to serve that part of the city.
Councillor Carmel, it's the challenge of limited budget availability, and just echoing the last slide that Andre presented, we are underfunding renewal of our existing inventory to the tune of 70%. So,
well, that led to my, and I hear you, Mr. Laughlin. And I appreciate that. I don't want to see other things wither while we build new things. That would be counterintuitive for sure. But that's why I asked about whether there's a bundling effect to senior centers that speaks to that. And I guess the answer is no. They're really just bundled with all of the other vertical infrastructure we have.
Yes, that's exactly it, and it's condition-driven, or if specific renewal efforts solicit grants from other orders, it tends to
are we matching that?
Allow us to bundle. We are, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. My next question is about the next item, 4.1.5, the 23rd Avenue over White Mud Creek pedestrian bridge replacement. So I'm confused, because there's another bridge right in that vicinity that is just about finished, like it's almost built. Is this a second bridge in that same area, or is it the same bridge? And I can flip to the profile if I can find it, but there's,
I believe it's the same bridge. I think this is, yes.
it's the same bridge?
I believe so. I think this is a bit of a mechanism of us advancing projects to make sure that we hit specific windows and from a renewal perspective, using the composites that we have to allow us to do it. And then once we confirm the price of the project, we have to create a standalone profile.
So this is creating a profile but not creating any new spending?
That's correct. This is using
Okay.
the existing renewal that was allocated.
Okay, that was my
within
question.
Within the composite, within the envelope.
It looked like, so that's my mistake, it looked like that we had built a bridge and then came here to ask to fund it. And I was confused by that because I thought we'd already had that conversation.
It's a bit of that, but it's around the thresholds that we have related to renewal and the envelopes that are provided from a composite perspective. I see Craig is on, so I'll just confirm that I have that correct.
Yeah, Adam, you're exactly correct. And Councillor Cartmel, this is the same project. It's just the timing and the budgeting process through, but it's the same scope and the same project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So the first question is about the variances between approved budget and this adjustment. So it shows $25.7 million difference, the increase needed. So my question is where this money we can get for this adjustment?
So everything in here is funded with different funding sources. So that is, you don't need to find the $25.7 million. The report outlines an attachment for each of the funding sources with each component that comprises the 25.7.
Okay, so that means overall, and then at the high level, our capital project will be increased $25.7 million.
That's correct.
But we don't need to worry about where this money from because the money will automatically balance between. So that I try to understand it because this is confusing. If we need more, $25.7 million, and then where's the money we can get?
So sorry, it's not that I don't think that you never have to worry about the money. I think what I'm saying is for each component that adds up to the $25.7 million, the funding sources are already identified for you in attachment 4. And so it goes line by line. So there's the funding sources are a combination of debt on the CRL, the use of pay-as-you-go, the use of CCBF, the use of other funding grant programs.
Yes, I do know. And in attachment 4, there are 45 recommended adjustment and for this capital budget. So specifically, if we have additional $25.7 million needed, and then what I heard here during this attachment 4, we can just balance between, because some decreased, some increased, but still not answer my question, where this $25.7 additional money needed compared to approved budget.
So Councillor Rice, at the bottom of attachment 4, summarizes all of the funding sources associated with the $25.7 million.
So
they're listed, but it's about 20 different line items.
Yep, I say that, but I am still confusing. But I will follow up again, and for my second run, I say that the last page at page 213. My next question is about the tax support debt. Based on adjustment here, the tax support debts will be reducted $64.7 or $64.5 million. Does this mean will this impact our tax rate or will not impact tax rate? Is it just reduction and based on adjustment proposed in this report.
So the reduction of $64.5 million.
Yeah, for tax-supported debt.
So when I did the presentation, I outlined that we anticipate that that will in turn create $5 million in savings in the supplemental operating budget adjustment. And the $5 million is the debt servicing related to the reduction of the $64.5 million.
But so far, right now, this will not impact our tax rate at all. So is this
understanding? We will look
understanding?
at as not in this year, but we will, in the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment, we will look at what reductions there are to debt servicing, and that would be offset by, of course, any increases in interest rates that may have not been adjusted for, and that will form part of the supplementary operating budget adjustment.
Okay, so that's what adjustment will be reflected in the operating budgets in the fall?
In the fall.
In the fall. Okay, so that's his question. My next question about the attachment 8, because we need to approve attachment 4 and attachment 8. Attachment 8 specific type of...
So attachment 8 is the private attachment,
Okay,
I
so I will ask that question in the private. My next question, I don't think I have enough time. I will come back.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
So taken.
Thank you. So a number of my questions have been answered. I do have just a few outstanding. So for Coliseum demolition, I did just want to loop back to that. I know we had to get quite creative in the way that we initially funded the demolition, and I think the repayment strategy, like that makes sense, looks really good, but I do have sort of a lingering question related to the decision that was made down in Calgary to fund the demolition and construction of a new arena. I'm just wondering if there might be an opportunity to look at whether or not we could potentially get some support in that regard.
I think there's always an opportunity, Councillor. I'll be chatting with some colleagues at the province soon about that.
Excellent. And just for clarity, to Ms. Padbury, I think was it Treasury that basically said it was a no-go previously? For doing the Coliseum demolition on debt?
Yes, that's correct, because it doesn't generate an asset. It didn't meet the requirements.
Right. Okay, thank you, and look forward to hearing about some of the results of those conversations. And then just to Councillor Knack's point around a dedicated renewal fund, I was very, very interested in that, continue to be very interested in that. Mr. Laughlin, I know we're running short on time here, but after lunch, I'll give my colleagues a heads up, would be interested in putting something on the floor related to a dedicated renewal levy just to come back in the fall. Is that sort of appropriate timing? Would that make sense in terms of considering a dedicated renewal levy?
Yeah, I think if you give us the lunch hour, we can confirm the best approach for that to come back.
Perfect. Great, that's it for me. Looking at a second round. Can someone move that?
Sorry, can you move that?
I can move that because I'll move a second round.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Back to you, Chair Salvador.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, just to carry on, so with some project-specific questions, so the Ironworks building, what is the total project cost at this point?
Just give me one moment.
Sure.
Someone online might get there quicker.
I can.
Approximately 21 million, Councillor Stevenson.
21 million. Okay.
Yep.
And I appreciate that there have been some, really, really significant discoveries as the work on this building has continued. I think for me, my thinking is, you know, I don't think we can change course at this point, but what are the opportunities in the future for this building to potentially generate revenue to offset some of these additional costs that we faced? So my understanding is that we are doing a tenant fit out. How tenant specific is that fit out going to be? My question is, can we build in some flexibility so that, you know, as this area continues to develop, as their market interest in this space may grow, that there could be opportunities to lease it out to other groups to generate some more revenue?
So the tenant fit out is to a specific party, but some of that fit out is general office administration space. So if once the tenant gets in and identifies, you know, confirms, needs, there is an opportunity to see if there's others that could take advantage of the space. But I think the fit up is specific to a specific tenant.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask about it, but like, do we know what the lease term is that we're offering?
I'd have to look to our folks in UPE to see if they have that information, or if Pascal or Craig have those specifics. Apologies, we'll
Sure.
endeavor to get that information.
Sure, and I think maybe there's yeah, I'll follow up with that. I was interested to note the recommendation to reduce the scope of renewal at Kinsman in favor of the Peter Hemingway project. Could you talk me through why that was prioritized?
Yes, so in fall of 2021, we identified Peter Hemingway as a renewal priority. And again, following a similar process that I outlined for Councillor Cartmel, it was identifying from the composite to carry forward with phase one of Peter Hemingway renewal. At the same time, Coronation Rec Center was approved. And as part of the 23 to 26 budget, we recommended to council that it would be better served to renew Peter Hemingway phase one and phase two, which is this amount, in conjunction with the timing of the Coronation Rec Center, so that both can open at the same time. From a priority perspective, carrying out the planning and design, excuse me, and getting it to a checkpoint 3 readiness. We weren't ready at 23 to 26 to specifically identify that, but we identified that we would recommend that. It was part of the 23 to 26 budget, and this is formalizing that. Again, back to some of the pressures that we have from asset inventory and renewal perspective. This does create a concern for Kinsman, so you can expect Kinsman will be highly prioritized for the 27 to 30 capital budget.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of implications. Again, we've heard quite a bit about how the Kinsman has some very unique aquatic facilities. So what is the level of risk of it becoming inoperable in the next, like, until 2027?
I don't believe inoperable is a possibility. I don't think it is. I think it's ongoing operational efforts to make sure that it remains operational, which is the push and pull that we have when we don't have the necessary amounts to renew.
Great. And then just in my last 30 seconds, it looked like we have $9 million of funding at Fort Edmonton, and we're using $1 million. What is the plan for the other $8 million?
It's grant funded based, so it's kind of hard to determine exactly what we can use it for. This was something that, in conversation, my understanding, conversations with our grant funding partners, was permitted. So there's still work to look at what other opportunities are available.
Okay, and we won't lose that $8 million in the interim?
We may. It's just a question of finding projects that would fit within the grant funding envelope, and maybe someone is online here to help with that. Roger?
Yeah, Councillor, we've been working with the Fort Edmonton Management Company. They do have a list of projects that they would like to move forward. So it is the alignment with the grant criteria, though, that will be the deciding factor.
Okay, great. Sorry, I've gone over time, but appreciate the response. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and we are at noon, so we will pause for a break and resume at 1:30. Thanks, everyone. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are going to get started again, and we're going to begin with a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello?
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Excellent. So we will pick up where we left off. Councillor Rice, you were on the board for questions.
Thank you. Just very short follow-up two questions. The first question, and for the attachment 4, specifically there are lots of scope change. Just wondering what's the specific reason for the scope change and why?
So are you wanting us to identify?
Yes, I'm not ask a specific operational question. I ask because the adjustment based on scope change and what's the reason caused so many scope changes here for the different projects.
So the sort of use of the word scope change here is predominantly related to the progression through the PDDM. So creating standalone profiles because we've reached checkpoint 3, or identifying pressures within different projects or different funding sources. So it's a variety of different things.
So the majority is about reflect the PDM and the checkpoint change.
Correct. Bulk of it is we get to checkpoint 3 and then create standalone profiles.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. And I would like to focus on renew shortfall. We do know, and from even last year when we did the budget deliberations, the renew shortfall is already there. And what's the specific change and compared to the last year we approved the budget for the renew? And we still shortfall, and the percentage shows that.
From a renewal perspective, actually, I believe the number at the end of the 23, excuse me, the 23 to 26 was 23% of our target, and it's improved to 30% on the basis of updated information-related condition assessments and adjustments that are contemplated in this budget adjustment.
So with that said, then what's the plan specifically to address the concern and from the Edmontonians regarding some like missing sidewalks and then also the neighborhood renew project and what we heard as a councillor? Many people worry about the conditions, the roads condition and in the community, and the missing sidewalks in the community, broken sidewalks in the community. And based on the schedule right now we have, many communities, the schedule really late, like 2026, 2027, and for the sidewalks and for the missing sidewalks. So is there any plan and for this adjustment to address that to make sure their schedule could be speed up and for certain necessary needed repairment, maintenance?
So as it relates to missing sidewalk links, there is a capital profile. I don't have it at top of hand here. It's not part of the supplementary capital budget adjustment. It was approved as part of 23 to 26. There's a funding envelope provided to add those missing sidewalk links. Some of that information related to which ones was shared with council previously. As it relates to neighborhood renewal, it is a condition-based program where we work through the different neighborhoods that are in need of renewal based on priority of condition rating as it relates to roads and sidewalks. If there's a gap between when the renewal will happen, specifically around sidewalks and current state, then it is supplemented by city operations from a maintenance perspective, an ongoing maintenance improvement perspective. But the current schedule is based on the available funding and the allocation for that specific program.
Okay, and I would like to restate my question, and is more about, for this adjustment, is there any plan and in this adjustment to really speed up and for certain schedule and for community renew and neighborhood renew programs? And because we are still shortfall, right? We're still shortfall and for the program, for the neighborhood renew, and is there any plan and we can find it and speed up for certain necessary needs and for the renew? And that is actually the taxpayer want to see this as a purpose why we collect the tax.
So there isn't a speed up of the neighborhood renewal program. The renewal program is a defined program with specific dates and targets. The renewal program is actually, neighborhood renewal program is actually fully funded. If there's a desire to accelerate certain segments, there isn't a funding source to do that. And just reiterating previously, we're not funding renewal to our target level. In fact, we're funding it to the tune of 30% of our target investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Just following up on that. So when it comes to renewal and OP12, basically what I'm hearing is that we can see an opportunity here with this sort of reallocation of funds in order to address things that are or can quickly, if we're not on top of it, become dangerously backlogged.
I'll maybe start. I think corporately that would be a challenge through OP12 based on the other priorities. I think it was highlighted to identify that decisions that council make around OP12, there are other considerations like the gap that we have in renewal. And welcome Stacey or Andre to add to that.
No, that's exactly the way it was intended. OP12, but I think we will look for in the core services priority of OP12, we will look for things that are directly related to renewal. But yeah, I mean, we've got some pretty clear priorities identified in OP12 that don't include renewal.
Okay. Does that impact safety at all?
Through where we have facilities and not buildings, but facilities in general, assets that are in need of renewal, we work closely with our folks in city operations to do our best to minimize those impacts from a maintenance perspective. What I would say is that it impacts reliability. You might see longer shutdowns, more pothole repairs, more sidewalk.
Right, if things are closed,
repairs.
there's no safety issue.
Longer shutdowns, not total closures. So just to be clear that it would be...
Dancing on the head of a pin, but an important dance. Okay, so, all right. And I'm just trying to get a handle on the financial impacts here of these renewal shortfalls in the longer term, because obviously the less things are maintained, the more it costs to bring them back up. So are we looking at that? Are we looking at, okay, so maybe a recommendation that comes to council, is these are council priorities, but guess what? Renewal is also a priority if you care about fiscal responsibility. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this point.
Well, maybe as an example, if through OP12 there's an impetus to expand the bus network through a reallocation based on transit priorities, there is a real consideration related to the assets required to support that bus network. Buses, the improvements that have to be made to the corridor, the facilities that are required to support those transit improvements. So it's I think the flag was there's a holistic consideration. Renewal is one, OP12 is another one, growth is another one. So it's making sure that that's all considered when you're considering OP12.
Okay, and as far as those aspects of renewal that really have to do with infrastructure and the functioning of the city, is that an opportunity to sort of talk with other levels of government and say, hey, listen, this is a municipal issue, sure, but this is also a functioning of our systems issue. And are there opportunities for those types of grants?
I think that's a message that I would probably say politically and administratively we've been sharing for some time. The shift from MSI to local government fiscal framework has created a bit of a challenge for those grants that help us care for our infrastructure, and I believe that it's something that other municipalities have flagged as well. And Stacey, if you want to jump in on that.
No, that's correct. That's a big part of the advocacy that we did in the build out of the local government fiscal framework.
That is also my understanding. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So I'm not seeing any further questions from colleagues. So at this time, if there's anyone who would like to speak to this item, I'll watch the board. If not, go to Councillor Knack to close.
Nothing further.
Nothing further? Okay, let's vote.
I'm a yes. It's not coming up. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Great. Well, thank you so much. And I do have a subsequent. So Councillor Tang, would you be able to take the chair?
So taken.
Thank you. So I'll move that administration, as part of the fall 2023 supplemental budget, provide options to fund the introduction of a new multi-year dedicated renewal fund with successive annual tax levy increases.
Second.
And may I introduce?
Please do.
Thank you. Yeah, so I will be quite brief because we've been talking directly about this and around this for a little while now. But the idea of a dedicated renewal fund has been, talked about it at multiple different points throughout this term and prior. It's become quite clear that we're severely underfunding renewal and that the consequences of that are already playing out in our city and communities. We're looking at close to, and I'll look at Mr. Laughlin, $500 million annual renewal deficit. So we're short $470 million on our renewal needs annually. We are nowhere near our target investment for renewal. And I continue to believe that we need to take steps to get to a more fiscally sustainable place. And we need to accelerate the closure of that renewal gap, or those costs are just going to continue escalating. So what this motion does is it allows us to consider implementing a dedicated funding strategy in the fall. So it would come back with various options. That's it for me. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We have Councillor Stevenson up next for questions.
Thank you, and thanks so much to the mover for putting this on the floor. Maybe just when this comes back, if this comes back in the fall, will we have our asset rationalization? Will we have some answers there? Just recognizing that, again, that gap can be closed by both the renewal levy and changing our asset.
Yeah, so we're targeting a report September-ish, and it won't be the holistic consideration of assets, but it'll be a particular asset that we'd like to have a conversation with council about. And likely will be something that we have to do in private just on the basis of the potential outcome of pursuing a strategy like that. So there will be some of that. I don't think it'll be a complete body of work around asset rationalization, but there'll be some of that before this discussion for sure.
Okay, just hoping that the options coming forward would would help us reflect, like, it has a relationship with that asset management question, right? So just, could that be part of the options coming back?
Well, I think it's a both and I would just say, like, we bring you back options on what a dedicated tax levy looks like, but an asset rationalization strategy takes the asset out of the mix to have the renewal done. So it's going to be iterative, but I think we'll always look at both of those things together. I just am not sure that we'd have enough information on the timing of those strategies to be able to nuance a better number for you in the fall.
And the value of getting to a point where a levy decision would change based on reduction. It's a pretty big levy for $470 million annually, so we're not thinking that we would bring forward a levy that would close that gap. It would be incremental.
Great. Okay, and I guess that's just my, we're kind of closing the gap from two sides, but.
It's a both and for sure.
Both and, yeah. And so just when we are talking about, let's say an option comes back that we can close the gap to 25% or 50% or close it, that will also take into account that the other work. So that, if tax levy alone is going to get us 25% there and the rationalization process at the same time will get us 50% there.
Yeah, I suspect we won't be far enough advanced to do that, which is why if a levy is considered, it wouldn't be, it would be incremental on the basis of the gap that we currently have.
Okay, no, fair enough. That's very helpful. I appreciate that those are very iterative discussions and conversations. I hope as much information as possible can be brought into the room. Maybe just to the mover, and I apologize, I should know the answer. I think we may also be considering a tax levy for our climate change fund. Did you want to speak to the relationship between those two, or maybe what? Well, maybe I'll ask administration first. What is the timing of that report coming back?
I have to double check, but I think it also comes back with the fall budget.
Okay, and just wondering, is there some thought of wanting to keep those two as separate, or looking at how those can be compatible, or how we want to consider those two options?
Yeah, I mean, I'm open to either, to be honest. And I was just looking, I think the dedicated climate fund is coming back in September for our consideration. At least that's what the items due list is saying. So, yeah, like if there's a desire to see them sort of contemplated in the same breath, happy to do so. I also think there's value in talking about them separately. So that's a non-answer. Apologies.
Well, no, it's a great answer. And I think maybe to administration then, I think we've talked in the past that in many ways renewal is climate change mitigation, right? In terms of improving energy performance of buildings, making them climate ready. So just wondering from your perspective, the relationship between those two, is there overlap? Does it make sense to discuss them together, or make sense to discuss them separately?
I think there's a few things to that. There's a sustainable building policy that we have that I shouldn't say somewhat. It actually does provide direction to administration related to new builds and approach for renewal, to your point about renewal helping with that. In addition to that, council funded a profile to support energy retrofits or improving energy building performance as part of renewal. I believe the number for that was around $53 million over the 4 years, so there's something in place there. And then I think from an options perspective, specifically on the renewal levy, recalling the report that we presented, you could have options related to, is it a sort of an open to admins determination on where the renewal funding would go? Would it be dedicated to facilities or bridges? So those are some of the options that could be presented. And then if it zeroes in on where there's an alignment with the potential climate levy, then it makes sense for them to be married, so to speak. And then if it's more open, then probably not.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sorry. Oh my God, you're way over time. Councillor Carmel, my apology.
It's okay. My only question about this is alignment with OP12. Just from the perspective of that, as I understand it, anyway, we're looking at harvesting some savings and reductions, reallocating to other things. Is your understanding that this would be part of that work, that as resources are identified, that they would be then, for council approval, slotted into essentially renewal bundles or renewal lines of service, or are these budget increases, or is it too early to say?
I would say this is not directly OP12 work, but like what I was trying to caution earlier is that we will look at this, and if we do see things that sort of fit better than other things into this has a positive impact on core service, then we would certainly sort of consider that. So I wouldn't say it's part of the work. I would say we have to think about the other piece of work as we're looking at each one of these. So for example, if there's a decision to agree to a recommendation in OP12 that has a capital renewal cost to it, we have to figure that out. So I would just say they're related.
Well, and I would maybe just add that in the motion, we are looking at annual tax levy increases. So when I bring it back, it'd be
increases.
Yes.
Over our current budget.
That's correct.
And then just on the OP12 thing, we've got super clear priorities. So this is not housing, could be transit, if like in Adam's example that he gave, it could be part climate action. So we would just have to work through that and get very specific on it. And then of course, core service is a bit of an open bag. It kind of depends on the perspective.
So I think we really have to do this. This is one of my primary concerns coming out of budget, was not enough money allocated to capital maintenance renewal. I know it's not the big flashy stuff, but I think this is frankly one of our most critical issues. And if we don't get on it, we're gonna have trouble. So, but I'm struggling with this because I see OP12 as at a very high level, a recalibration of our budget to priorities. So if capital maintenance and renewal ought to be one of our priorities, then dollars harvested through OP12 ought go there at least, maybe not first, but as part of our new set of priorities. So as much as I really, really think we have to do this, I'm really nervous about a tacit budget increase being in this motion. I don't know if that's a question, but so again, like how much overlap is there with the OP12? Do you see? I'm just seeing this for the first time.
Well, I'd say there's always overlap because we're not, you will see what becomes available with OP12. Council will decide where it goes. What I just wanted to be clear on is that in the OP12 motion, it says nothing about capital renewal. And so based on that motion, we would not be bringing forward a bunch of recommendations from OP12 to move it into capital renewal unless we see a connection. What I said today is we're going to try to find some connections, but that doesn't mean at the time you can as a council change that and decide that this is important. I would agree with you that this is super important.
But because it's not embedded in the OP12 motion, that's not one of your direct ties. Is that?
It's not a direct tie, but what I said is we'll look for direct ties if they relate to core services, or if there's, or on the other hand, if an OP12 recommendation would make this problem worse, we'll make sure we point that out.
Right. Okay, I may offer an amendment in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you. Okay, so is capital renewal not a core service? I think you just said that it is.
I mean, yeah, Councillor Paquette, we're as you know, we're going through the core service analysis. I definitely think a part of capital renewal is core, but I think it's a gradient, if you will. You know, we've identified the annual ideal need. It's been funded to 30%. So right now, I would say the core aspect is what's been funded at 30%. Is 100% of it core? I think that's, you know, a question for council to consider, so.
Right. I mean, everything can be placed on a spectrum and a gradient, but the stuff that is that 30%, I mean, do we even have to discuss that, or is that just something that should obviously be brought to council to just stamp and say, yeah, let's go. Let's make sure that we're taking care of our infrastructure.
Well, I can tell you right now, we would never recommend sort of dipping under the 30% as an OP12 recommendation for sure. So we won't further degrade that from an OP12 perspective. But even if we use, for example, the entire OP12 allocation of 240 million, it wouldn't even hit half a year of the renewal burden. So I guess what I'm saying is that I don't think this problem is going to be solved no matter what we do, no matter how much. Even if we allocate the 100% of OP12 resources, it's not going to solve this problem.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Did we have an in-depth discussion on this at budget time?
Absolutely. I think that's what budgets are about.
We had an in-depth discussion about a shortfall in capital renewal of budget.
Yeah, we certainly had a long conversation about and settling in on the 30%. That was clearly identified.
That was the 30. Okay, so that was the 30% discussion.
And we brought you a.
It feels like that's a long cry between what we're discussing now and what we discussed then. It seems like there was a gap there somehow.
But we also brought a report on options around renewal just before budget.
Yeah.
It was also included in the capital investment outlook, Councillor Paquette. So there's been progress.
Because to me, I'm sorry, this seems like really big red flag stuff, and I just don't feel like. I mean, I read that budget forward and backwards. I did not, and maybe that's a shortfall on my part, but I did not see something highlighted specifically as, "Hey, council, this is a red flag item. You may want to be taking this extremely seriously."
I do believe that we flagged this in the capital investment outlook. We also flagged it in our discussions last year that we didn't have enough funding in the capital budget to address renewal, and that would be problematic in the long term.
Yeah. I may be alone in this, but I feel like this was not actually presented as something as imminent as it is being presented today. I won't editorialize any further than that. When it comes to this motion, though, to the mover, to be with successive annual tax levy increases, I see the point of that, and maybe I'm just fiddling with the words here, but do we need successive in there if it's annual? And as for increases, must it be an increase, or can it be a tax levy adjustment or allocation?
It's a good question. I mean, I would look to administration to see if there's a willingness to alter some of that language. I guess my only flag and concern, to be very, very frank, I don't see a way around it without sort of those phased in increases. And it doesn't need to be all at once, of course, but I guess I don't see a way around it. And hearing even through OP12, if all of that were to be allocated, that still would not get us pointed in the right direction, given the scale of deficit. So that's where I'm
understood.
But like, if admin or city manager would like to jump in.
I would just say, Councillor, that the language I see here is very clear, very specific, and I think very realistic. So I kind of like the language like it is.
Yeah. Fair enough. Thank you. I'm out of time. I've got a lot to say about this, but I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I do remember last year during budgets, city administration actually presented very clear, we are not budgeting enough and for the capital renew. So even they have, I still remember on the page 8 or page 9 specific has percentage, how much based on the unfunded package and funded package, how much we just budget and for the capital renew is indicated very clear. We're not doing enough and for the budget renew. And I still remember even I questioned council approved so many growth, 100% growth project, capital project, instead of focus on more on the renew, capital renew. And I think as of today, everybody says this problem is getting bigger now. But I do not want to put this blame on city administration. I want to be very clear, and I think we need to focus on this solution and how we can minimize the problem and then instead of make this program become bigger. I do think this is really important, and I still have a few questions regarding this motion, and then I think we do need to address this, but the key question is how we address this can really effectively resolve this problem. It's not just look like we are resolve the problem, but the problem is actually getting bigger. So my first question is about the funding source. If we're going to increase, definitely we need this fund. We do need this fund. We do need this focus and to resolve this, protect this problem, become bigger. But what is the funding source for this? What a possible funding source could be. And then I know there is a second part, the tax levy. I will ask a question related to that part as well. But I want to get a sense from you. What's a possible potential funding source? And for this, when you come back in fall.
It's tax levy unless we can find a way to increase the grants available for funding.
So either grants is a tax levy.
Or reallocation, but I think Mr. Corbell just talked about if we took all of the money in Op 12 and put it towards renewal, it doesn't solve your problem. In fact, it doesn't even solve half the problem.
It's my understanding Op 12 is the operating budget, and only for that $240 million, and it is come from, unless I missed something, is the operating budget, is not the capital budget. If we're looking for the capital budget reallocation, that means we have to consider and some other project to cut the funding reallocated. But that will that create more problem? And for the project, we already approved the budget, and then how we can align with the PDMAM as well.
Well, I suppose like one way that you can deal with an issue on renewal is not fund any growth until you deal with your renewal. I'm not sure that that's a balanced approach to it. In terms of operating budget, just recall that a portion of the operating budget does go to the capital budget through neighborhood renewal, pay as you go. So an operating budget adjustment to fund capital is a practice that we are used to doing.
So that $240 million could come from operating and it could from capital. So it's not
That's
strict.
Correct. You can use the operating budget to fund capital.
So my next question is about, do we have specific, very clear inventory and for the renew shortfall? And then how much that could be?
We do. And that, again, something I highlighted, and you referred to it in the different budget documents, roughly annually in this four-year budget, based on what's been allocated, we're about $470 million per year short.
Per year?
Correct.
So my next question about tax levy increase. And because right now this motion is only provided one option, and for the annual tax levy increase, what's the impact could be, and for our operating budget also, what's the results could be as a tax rate? and if we use this option only?
Well, as Stacy said, there's a few options. One is tax levy, which is this. One is reallocation, which we've identified, and that could either be capital or operating. And then in answer to Councillor Stevenson's question, it's a both and as it relates to rationalization and investing in the infrastructure. So it could be all of those, but this one specifically, which is sort of the model after the neighborhood renewal program, is identifying a tax levy approach.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So I know the 470 million a year is unrealistic, but what do you sort of see maybe as a starting point? Like, would it be maybe to fill the gap between the MSI and the LGFF funding deficit?
Well, in the previous report, we identified different inventory, so bridges and facilities, and I'm just drawing a blank on the third one. And we identified an amount for that. And so when we sort of look at that, provide options, we probably identify a different tax levy amount, whether it be 0.5% or 1%, and identify what that would address from an inventory perspective to help us get to a better condition rating holistically or in a particular asset type.
So the tax, you'd start sort of at the tax levy and see how much that gives you, or would you start at what you need and what that would result in a tax levy?
If we started with what we needed, the tax levy would be
way out of whack.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we would start with tax levy and probably provide options related to a different tax levy amount and what it would accomplish from an asset condition perspective or reduction perspective.
Okay. And if we happen to get $330 million for infrastructure funding, would that help?
Absolutely.
Okay.
However, if you got that, the administration's recommendation would be renewal, not new.
Right. And renewal would be, I mean, this is what we're after right now. Isn't this this is for renewal? Right?
Correct.
Yeah.
All I'm flagging is
Sometimes new money comes with new aspirations.
correct.
Okay. I believe in maintenance of our existing facilities, so thank you. I don't want anything new and shiny.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. My first question is to the mover. It says multi-year dedicated renewal fund. So is that for a designated certain amount of time, or would it be an ongoing dedicated levy?
Well, that depends, I guess. Depends on how fast and far we're looking to close the gap. And yeah, like we could, it would build, right? Because we need to get to a point where we're actually making a dent in that deficit. And we don't want to do it all in one go because that would be a pretty large increase. So I guess I would, if you're comfortable, I put that to administration to see what time frame might be realistic.
So again, going back to the previous report that we provided, we had options from 4 to 7 years around a particular asset type, and folks have helped me out. The third one was transit. So facilities, bridges, and transit. So 4 to 7 years, and just going back to the neighborhood renewal program, it had a target allocation per year in mind, and so it built on the basis of reaching that target. Based on the options, we're not sure that we could do that just because the volume is so large from $470 million per year, so that it would be based on what we could achieve on the basis of a particular allocation per year for 4 or 7 years. And we'd go back to the previous work that we've done and presented to council to inform that.
Okay, so something like the neighborhood renewal, that's an ongoing, is it not?
Tax levy collection is no longer in place. It's been built up to 140 million-ish. Sorry, I can't remember the exact number per year. So we essentially have a reserve that we can use to tackle our neighborhood renewal.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering, once you start a dedicated tax levy, how common or easy is it to stop a dedicated tax levy?
So back to the neighborhood renewal program, there was a dedicated approach, which was 2% per year for a number of years, and then just based on council of the time, different pressures, it dropped to 1% for 1 year, 1.5%, and so it adjusted along the way based on different considerations that council had at the time.
Okay, so if it came back in the fall budget, then at that time, you would give us different options, is that correct? If this passes?
If this passes, I could see us bringing back options that were aligned to the previous report, which was received for information, and then a levy amount that is, don't know for sure right now, but 0.5% to 2% or something like that.
Okay, so if this passes today, it is not, we still have the option of voting on it at the fall supplemental budget, is that correct?
Yes, and I think that was the mover's intent.
Yes, okay. And this would increase the tax levy though, is that correct?
If
Yes.
council approved it as part of the budget adjustment, it would be operating in capital because it's capital based than an operating levy.
Okay, and there's no way to find another, yeah, no, okay. There's no way to find another source. My concern is that it seems council, we might have too many priorities. And realistically, it's hard when you have so many priorities. Then we have to rely on the tax levy. So, and okay, another question. With all these like potential dedicated tax levies, it was always my understanding that that's kind of what the budget process was about, was allocating, you know, where, as opposed to having numerous dedicated tax levies, actually going through the budget process.
So I think that is what the budget process is about. So we always look to see, is there anything in the base budget that can be used to fund whatever program it is that council desires. So when we did neighborhood renewal, it was determined that you needed a certain amount of base level funding that was not in the budget, and you needed, and the decision was made to do dedicated tax levy increases to build that base budget until such time that base budget was built, and then it's no longer a tax levy increase, but it's a base budget in the city's ongoing operating budget. And so we've used it for neighborhood renewal, but we've also used it at points in time to start to fund LRT.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask the mover? So I just wanted to clarify again, what would be the delta if we don't do this? We would be, I recall something like billions of dollars of short in deferred maintenance. Is that not correct?
Well, it's currently 470 million annually between what we're able to, what we're doing and our target investment.
And not to presuppose any outcome, but we could see a lot more Scona Pool-like situations where, component failure leads to closure.
I mean, I think that's absolutely part of this conversation. The inability to maintain our existing infrastructure and assets. I think we're in a compromised position, and the loss of those types of assets obviously can be really detrimental to a community. I think an interesting point was brought up by Ms. Padbury just around the relationship between growth and renewal, and I'm thinking about conversations related to growth management strategy as well, and how that plays into this conversation. If we are not careful with the way that we are growing without dedicating enough funding to renewal, I think we run into the exact type of situations that you're describing.
So if I'm understanding your motion, it's kind of like, do you remember those triangles? Like only you can prevent forest fires, and it had like 3 sides. And on one side, I guess it's got, we have to right size our infrastructure. On the other side, it's got, we're going to have to go to the taxpayer for dedicated levy. And then I guess is the base of the triangle throw ourselves on the stairs at the legislature and ask for mercy of provincial funding for equity with Calgary, or like, are there any other opportunities here that I'm missing?
I think that's an interesting way of framing it. Yeah, I mean, I think that goes back to an earlier question, Councillor Jans. Like, this is a both and conversation. We are absolutely going to have to continue with our asset rationalization work. We're going to have to be smart with the way that we grow as a city so that we're not spreading ourselves too thin. And we're going to have to look at options for dedicated renewal so that we can maintain our existing infrastructure and assets. That's how I describe it.
And can I ask Mr. Laughlin to comment? So am I right in assuming that for a lot of our infrastructure, and maybe this is something that could be included in the report, it's not necessarily a Y equals X where, you know, if you wait 5 years, the increase of replacement costs goes up Y equals X. It may actually be Y equals X squared, that once you get a hole in the roof and you start to get some water in something, it can get really soggy and really electric really quickly. Are we able to differentiate some of those pieces around like why we should front load this? Because I think there's a temptation of, you know, we just passed the tax increase. We want to put this off maybe for 5 years or for the next council or someone else. But is there some sort of information administration has on the value of front loading, or rather, I don't know if that's the proper term, but do you see where I'm going with this?
Well, actually, there's a whole spectrum of approach as it relates to renewal of assets. A good example that we regularly use is the neighborhood renewal program itself. So we don't jump in and go in and renew all at once. It's got a cycle of different investments throughout the life of a 60-year neighborhood before we get to reconstruction. So you allow the road to deteriorate, it gets microsurfaced, it deteriorates some more, you provide an overlay on the roadway. And you continue that cycle until you get to the point where the sidewalks and the curbs and the concrete, the harder infrastructure needs to be replaced. So you can take an approach like that with assets. You can take an approach like a park bench where you actually put it in new and you let it degrade until it needs to be replaced. So there's different approaches, but on the basis of investing in the assets, and we'll use buildings as an example, the longer you prolong core infrastructure renewal, the stronger likelihood that the costs associated with completing that necessary renewal at a point in time will increase, yes.
So for the cost of less than one Lewis Farms Rec Center per year, we can fix all of our infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
No.
I got 9 seconds, come on.
No. This is, again, the challenge of trying to balance budgets, because there are commitments that are made when you build a city of necessary infrastructure to support rec centers, libraries, police, fire stations. And there are then the considerations of caring for those pieces of infrastructure. So just, I know I'm going over here, but please. Back to what Councillor Wright mentioned, if we got $330 million right now, our recommendation as administration would be to invest in renewal. However, if we got $1 billion that was dedicated to transit improvements, it would be a mix of, unfettered, sorry, it would be a mix of renewal and growth to address the needs of Edmontonians as it relates to that particular asset type. So it's really a balancing game when it comes to the different funding that is allocated to the city and the maintenance and care and growth of our city.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Councillor Jans, please move the second round.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. We're back on the board. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. I have an amendment to offer. And I've shared the wording with the clerk.
Got it. We're just going to put that up on the screen.
So my amendment is that the word "with" be replaced with the words "including but not limited to potential," so that the amended motion would read, that administration, as part of the fall 2023 supplementary budgets, provide options to fund the introduction of a new multi-year dedicated renewal fund, including, but not limited to, potential successive annual tax levy increases. And I just, okay.
It's friendly.
Well,
Is the assembly
but then I don't
safe?
get to introduce it.
Yeah.
All
But you
right,
can
that's
speak
fine.
to
I
it.
just, we're talking about all these potential varied funding sources. It doesn't maybe get us all the way there, but it might
I
get
don't know.
us to
It might be
the
friendly.
end of the day.
Is it really friendly?
I just wanted to
So
say
I just, yeah, I'm looking around the room. Seems like everyone is
It's friendly.
nodding. Great. I'm glad we went through that. You do have 2 more minutes left. Do you have any questions or are you?
all my questions are answered now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. That's a great amendment. And in light of that, the including but not limited to, the not limited to is very interesting to me. Do we know, not sure how to phrase, okay, let's put it this way. We know that cities get renewal funds from the province in Alberta and across Canada. Do we know if we are getting a commensurate amount of funds that we can use toward renewal from our province in comparison to other like-sized or larger municipalities in Canada? Do we have that information? Because there's lots of, and not just provincial, but there's also the Canada Community Building Fund. There's all sorts of different funds. Are we getting a fairly equal measure?
I think I'd have a hard time answering that question at this exact moment in time. But going back to local government fiscal framework and some of the work that was done there, the position of our provincial counterparts was actually that we got more than other provinces. And so it would be something that we'd have to look at in more detail.
Okay, that's the position. Is it reality?
Well, it gets further complicated that in some other provinces, there's agencies that operate under their own governance and own borrowing mechanisms that make it even harder for us to compare. And I think of Vancouver and Toronto and Montreal, where they have transit commissions that, and I didn't mean to bring it up for any other reason than to highlight that they figure out how they're going to fund care of their assets outside of a municipality.
Well, sure, but we can still add that up, right?
We could, that would be a larger piece of work that we'd undertake it in order to give it the attention that it needs to do it properly.
Right. Now, the reason I'm asking is not just because I'm curious, but we're in a position where, the issue with provincial grants for this specific area have been well defined, I think, already in this conversation. And as with most things, we have to make a case. And if we cannot make that case, then it's going to be very hard to be convincing. And so I'm just wondering, maybe this is to Andre. Should we have this information to make a case, or can we do it without it and still expect to be successful?
I mean, I think we can get the information. My perspective on this is that it kind of depends. We're not worst in the country by a long shot, and probably not best. We're somewhere in the middle, but we could try to collect some of that. But I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that's going to fundamentally change the problem we have, I guess is what I'd say.
It's not going to fundamentally. Okay, so it doesn't matter what conversation we have with the province then.
No, I didn't say that. I just said, I guess what I don't think the province is not going to step in and cover this complete renewal project, in my estimation.
I don't think anyone ever expected that would
No, so I
be in
think,
the realm of possibility.
I think we should always be pushing, which is part of the OP12 direction, is to make sure we're looking at what funds can best leverage other government funds. So there's a bit of a body of work going on that as well.
Understood.
We should always be asking other orders of government to provide more funding, and we always will.
And I guess my question is, are we more successful when we can make a case based on facts and figures and comparisons, or does it matter one way or the other?
My experience in the last 2.5 years is that if we have facts and figures, it's more compelling than if we don't, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice?
So, for your question here, for multi-year, right now, an annual shortfall is $470 million. But do we know how many years will be that? And every year the number will change?
Yeah, it'll depend on, that's why it's a both and. So if you're able to rationalize some of your assets, if you are able to incrementally increase, the number will change,
But
yes.
the number will change annually, and so.
We approach it in 4-year budget cycles.
Okay, and for the motion on the floor specifically, I do support the dedicated renew fund because that's so important for our city. Like I said earlier, just how we do it. If we, so my question to you is, when come back to the fall and provide option, but the option I heard earlier is like grant and then tax levy increase or reallocation. Do we need to limit it ourselves by include this not limited to the potential tax levy increase, or we just say broadly provide options? And then this could be one option. And specifically for me, and I'm thinking loudly here, and I may want to get the inputs from my colleagues as well. Because the capital, for the capital fund unit is the area and for us to leverage mostly other government levels funding. That is mostly is the area. Most likely we get opportunity to leverage them. And if we put at this one, even though this one could be the one of the option, but do we need to say this here? And instead of we keep that broadly and we can have the more opportunity, not limited ourselves.
Yeah, I'll just say what I said before, Councillor. I think it's helpful to have this in there from our perspective because I think it's really realistic. So I really like the wording of this with the including but not limited to, but a focus on potential successive annual tax levy increases. We will put that forward as one of the options, and I think that helps for clarity on putting our report together.
So even though this one will be one of the options is like provide options, but we still want to emphasize this one?
Like I said before, I think this is very realistic and really helps us in our work because this needs to be one of the options, and the other ones are, quite frankly, this is, of all the options, this is one of the ones that is most in our control. So I think it's important to highlight this one.
And also for this fund, and here is, even though right now we're talking about the capital budget only, but this motion here is not clear indicate this dedicated renew fund is only for the capital renew and also covers some operational neighborhoods renew program. So I just want to get that piece there as well.
Yeah, we read it as
just only capital.
Capital renewal, yes.
Just only for the capital. And for the capital renewal, and if we increase tax levy, to me, does that mean, I just want to think logically, and is a tax supported debt? So is there anything reflect there?
No, it wouldn't be tax supported debt. It would just be a levy that is built up to create a base, as Stacey has said, to carry out the renewal work. So it would be incremental tax levies to build up a base or reserve. I think of it as reserve.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still confused if I missed something. But does that mean it will impact our annual tax rate as well?
It does.
So we'll increase that. So if tax levy increased and tax rate annually will be increased as well. So with already we have right now.
So we speak in terms of tax levy increase. And so, for example, a 1% increase to the tax levy is roughly about 18%. How that shows up in the mill rate or tax rate depends on shifts in assessment. So, but when we're talking about percentage increases, we're talking about the tax levy increase, so the percentage increase associated with the budget.
So when this option provided back in full, so is that there opportunity for us to have better understanding how that alignment with the OP12, how the funding allocated impact operating budget, and with this fund established. So all the clarification will be provided and in the full. So because right now I'm still confusing for the last sentence, but I do support the idea and for dedicated renew funding.
Great.
So I just want to get some clarification.
Thank you.
My time is out.
No worries. I lost track too. Thank you very much. So at this time, we do have this motion on the floor. If anyone would like to speak, please sign up. And just a gentle reminder about the remaining items that we still have to address. Even with tomorrow, hopefully we can get through a couple more today. Just want to see the board for speakers. Oh, sorry. I hear Andrews. Councillor Knack is
We're just
first.
refreshing.
If you're clicked on, go ahead, Councillor
All right,
Knack.
I'll just start.
In the interest of time.
I think I was first. And didn't have any questions. Thanks for all the. I mean, to me, this is like we got to do it. We got to do it right away. And appreciate the conversation. There will be maybe year one could be funded through OP12. Like if we're doing, let's call it a 1% per year for what I think will likely have to be 15 to 20 years if we're going to cover everything on that list, which I would be very supportive of. Maybe first year is OP12 and then every other year is a dedicated levy increase. And we'll work throughout each of those years to try to find offsetting decreases like we did with neighborhood renewal, like we did with alley renewal. But I think we also need to be clear that will absolutely primarily be a tax levy funded program. But I also just want to say, I mean, I'm sure you all heard it over the years, is that the public has been fully supportive of neighborhood renewal. That was never a program that anyone was opposed to. Alley renewal was incredibly supportive. Every time we have been able to say, here's a dedicated amount of money going to something very specific, it is very easy to justify that. And so I hope when it comes back to Mr. Laughlin's point around different options, like my option would be all three of those categories. We need to fully fund them, probably over a 15 to 20 year period to be realistic. So it's not, 2 or 3% increases each year, but that would be sort of my ideal world. And so I hope as part of the options when they come back, there's an option that includes all three of them and saying, here's what we'll do over the course of, again, probably 15 to 20 years, my guess. And I'll be happy to go and justify that to everyone and work with admin to try to keep finding ways to offset that through other changes. So I will be happily supporting this and obviously supporting it when it finally comes back to budget because we need to do it. We can't wait any more on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. So I'm having deja vu because, unlike some of my colleagues, I remember very vividly these conversations and the report that came back. And I remember being gobsmacked by really seeing the deficit and the gap. But what I would say to folks today is that, again, let's focus on what the motion on the floor is to debate this at budget. Do we agree at the end of the day that we want to debate this at budget? That is the question on the floor. And then they can come back with options and we can debate it at budget in the fall. I don't see any reasons why we wouldn't. I do think though we have to, again, the caution that I've had throughout my tenure so far on council and that I'd like to reiterate is between now and the fall, we need to stop doing piecemeal motions and amendments that would lay out the budget. You know, one of the things I didn't push too hard on that was a part of the capital budget was a very broad statement around one-time or one-off council motions that drove up the budget. And so we need to really be judicious. Like, we cannot do everything all at once. But I do want to clarify a few things. Renewal and growth are not funded the same way as well for the general public. I think this is really important to understand. So if you're trying to say, you know, well, why did you spend money on bike lanes? Why did you spend money on Lewis Rec Center? Those Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program or Terwilliger Drive, these projects have the ability to do that, the ability to have other orders of government helping to fund it. Renewal, the gap in the challenge we're facing with renewal is truly around that it has to be pay as you go, which means we essentially have to have the cash on hand in order to make that happen. And there's very limited places that we can take it from. So I really want us to absolutely debate this at fall budget. I wish we had seen this amendment on the floor at the 4-year budget. I do recognize we're in an affordability time with community, but I also hear so much from my residents about the need to make sure that we're taking care of what we already have. So I look forward to the debate if this passes at fall budget. And in the meantime, let's make sure we're having that conversation at the fall budget and not in incremental amendments in between now and then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rice.
So I would like to say, yes, I'm going to support this motion. The reason for that, I do look at this as an opportunity from administration side and also from council perspective. We can looking for some solution and really from long-term perspective to address this problem. Like we said earlier, and we don't want this problem getting bigger. This is an opportunity and then really for us look carefully and how we can find the practical and also effective solution and to address this problem. But I'm not sure, and when the option come back and in the fall, I'm looking forward to have all the options available, and also I'm looking forward during this time period from now until the fall, and we put some like advocacy efforts and really to find the way how we can leverage the different orders of the government's capital funding to support this as well. If the option come back in the fall only for the tax levy increase, I may not support it. And because to me, the only really on the tax levy increase to resolve this problem is not sustainable, and then for our city, and also is not sustainable and then balanced approach and for the Edmontonians. So I'm supporting right now, but I'm looking forward in the fall debate and also the option come back and in front of us. So just end there.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Big thanks to Councillor Salvador for bringing this forward. I really appreciate this motion. It's perhaps I haven't said it loudly enough, but it's been on my mind really since budget. I think that this, like I said earlier, this is one of our most critical crises, and I think it is a crisis in slow motion here. I completely agree with Councillor Knack from past experience when we have discreetly said we're going to raise taxes to fund this, that the blowback is far, far less. Particularly when it's been conditioned and discussed and engaged and talked about, that, rather than doing ad hoc, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years, 600 years, 700 years, 800 years, 900 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years, 600 years, 700 years, 800 years, 900 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, 400 years, 500 years, 600 years competing motions to repair this neighborhood, not know that neighborhood. We were going to repair all the neighborhoods in due course, and we've taken all of the air out of what was a pretty acrimonious set of debates 10, 15 years ago. So what I really like about this is that it identifies that there may be other potential funding streams, and we may not have even exhausted all of those. I'm not being very articulate. Perhaps, we've heard from the provincial government in general terms, in very broad terms, that they do not want to see their operating budgets increase. But at the same time, they have been a little more interested in doing one-time spending. Well, capital maintenance and renewal in a lot of ways is one-time spending. If they wouldn't, they're not going to give us the $7 billion deficit. But if they started a fund that meant ongoing contributions when one-time money is available at the provincial level, that might be a source. There might be other one-time sources of dollars coming in our future that we just can't describe. So I'm glad that we opened it up to not just tax increases. And I'm going to circle back to the idea that when we're a little more crystal clear on what we're raising taxes for, we get a lot less blowback. So I spoke earlier today about a bundle of senior centers. When we can demonstrate that we're doing something equitably and we're targeting dollars at a particular thing that most people will get a chance to be involved in, we have more success. So maybe there's other bundles of things, other ways of, and this gets into a deeper discussion about how we budget, but maybe employing this methodology of describing to our constituents where their money is going might be something that we draw upon to, in further ways and on further lines of service. Maybe that becomes part of the OP12 conversation too. Now, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to expand our scope and change the direction or anything like that as we go. But at the end of the day here, the goal is that we put the dollars where people want us to put the dollars. And oftentimes they gaze into what happens at City Council and cannot figure out where it's going or what is being done with those dollars. This adds clarity, and clarity reduces the blowback. So I really support this. Thanks for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so this is a conversation we were having back even in October of last year. And at that time, I did not feel that anyone pulled the fire alarm. It was something important that we should be addressing. But my assumption at the time was that the seriousness of this would be contained within the work of OP12 and reallocation of how we do budgets for priorities. I did not assume that that would cover everything, but I feel that, I mean, it's too late now. This could have, it's really, I think, I got to jump across all that. What I'm going to say is that I'm grateful to Councillor Salvador for bringing it up today. And I'm grateful that it is actually getting the serious conversation that it deserves. And for that, I thank my council colleagues for excellent questions. I thank administration for incredible answers. And hopefully, with this passing, we deliver something not only to the people of Edmonton, but the next generation of Edmontonians that resembles a well-maintained city where we don't have a fire alarm to pull. Despite this motion, what is very clear is that we are going to need more participation from the federal and provincial government on these issues. And part of that has to do with transit expansion, perhaps, and transit maintenance, and all these sorts of different priorities, but it also has to do with climate mitigation. Because as our weather gets more extreme, we're going to have to work on our infrastructure ever more. Incredibly hot summers, incredibly cold winters with extreme fluctuations in the temperature does a lot of damage to infrastructure. We know this. And so even if people think like, the remaining few who think that we have nothing to do with climate cannot deny that climate has a lot to do with us. And we do have to be prepared. So I'm glad we're doing this. It's the responsible thing to do. It's ripping off the Band-Aid. It's taking your medicine, and no one ever wants to do that. But here we are, and we're going to be the better for it. So thank you again, my deep, deep appreciation, despite my frustration, to administration. And I've said it before and I say it again, some of the hardest working people in the business. It's hard to believe how well we do. But when you look at the team, I guess it isn't that hard at all. So thank you again.
Great, thank you. And finally, Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you to my council colleagues for their thoughtful questions and closing remarks. Thank you to Councillor Cartmel for the amendment. I think it's a really positive change and allows for greater flexibility regarding funding streams. I don't have much to add. No budgetary decisions are being made here, of course, and I think this just starts a really important conversation that we've been needing to have for a really long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. And back to you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Councillor Tang, for the excellent chairing. All right, so now I'm just looking to where we are in the agenda here. So I believe we had postponed 6.2 new urban trees. Seems like we are ready to loop back to that if that is ready.
Yes, I think we
Yes.
are.
Why don't we do that?
Sure.
Okay. And there is an interesting process that is
Yes,
going to have to be undertaken
yeah,
here.
so instead of me doing that, I think we have everyone aligned, but do the clerks want to officially outline the process so that I'm not accidentally miscommunicating?
Yeah, that would be great.
Can I assume that the plan is the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So just so we're all on the same page, there's a motion on the floor that has actually previously been amended at a previous council meeting, and the minutes have already been approved. And so hypothetically, if council wanted to reconsider or amend something previously adopted, somebody could bring forward an amendment or bring forward a motion to bring back that amendment number 1 to motion number 3 on the trees from the previous council meeting. That is step 1. There are 4 votes required to make this happen. That's the first step, and it needs to be somebody who voted on the prevailing side, and it can't be somebody who already has a motion on the floor.
I see Councillor Stevenson on the board.
Yes, thank you. I would be happy to move that we reconsider
Amendment number 1 to motion number 3 from the last
amendment
council
number
meeting.
1 to motion number 3 from our last council meeting.
I might need a seconder.
I'll second, but I wasn't privy to this process, so I didn't know if I was allowed to second.
Yeah, anybody
Okay.
can second it. Yeah, you're good. Thank you.
Point
Yeah,
of-
so the first thing, so now there's a motion to amend something previously adopted on the floor.
So I could speak to my motion very briefly.
Do you want to walk through the whole process?
No, I'm just not, I wasn't here for the first round of conversation. Can I vote or not?
You can always vote unless you have a pecuniary interest. You just can't move the original motion.
So if I owned a lot of trees?
Nope.
Nope.
Your family would have to own a lot of trees.
Please introduce Councillor Stevenson.
So I'm moving this motion to reconsider our previous discussion solely for the purpose of providing a very crystal clear opportunity for a motion to come forward with the full intent that Councillor Knack is proposing. I will foreshadow that I do not anticipate being supportive of that motion, but I do think this is an important procedural step to ensure it can be considered in its fullest and best form, so we can have a robust debate without constraints from a process that is meant to serve our debates, not hinder them. So I would encourage you all to support this.
Great. And sorry, we had a seconder on that. That was Councillor Wright. Excellent. Okay, so
Just before we call the vote, friendly little reminder, the vote that's required to reconsider something when notice has not been given is a special resolution.
So that is 9.
9.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that context.
Councillor Nicol.
All right, so we will vote to
Wait,
reconsider.
sorry, can I quickly speak?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't see you there, Councillor Knack. Go ahead.
Just for, I can speak to a reconsideration motion. Can I not? No, I was just going to, for the record, say that Councillor Rutherford, Hamilton, and Principe were right. That's my close. Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried.
Okay, so now the original amendment from the last council meeting is back on the floor. Your options are to vote on the amendment to the main motion, or with unanimous consent, withdraw it.
So, is there a desire to, this is mine.
Oh.
Can I do that to the city clerk if it is my
If it's
amendment?
with unanimous consent, if
Okay.
anybody gives you an inkling that no, you need to pass the chair.
Okay, then
So taken.
thank you. I would be interested in withdrawing this.
Just looking around the room, do we have unanimous consent on withdrawing it? I see lots of nods, not sure about online. Okay.
No issues.
No issues. Okay, I see nods. Okay, so unanimous consent to withdraw. Back to you, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So, the amendment has been withdrawn, which means we are back to the original.
The original main motion
motion.
from the council meeting previously.
Right, and there is an opportunity to make an amendment
Always.
to that main motion.
Yes.
Is there anyone who would like to do so? I'll just wait to see the board.
The board is having a timeout, and so we see
Okay.
Councillor Cartmell.
Councillor Cartmell, go ahead.
I put my little light on. Yeah. I would like to offer an amendment, and I think the clerk has the wording. I don't think that's the wording.
E-scribe is,
Oh, it is, isn't it?
it's
All right.
not with us.
Okay.
So it's in the chat. I can reshare the substitute amendment.
I'll read it as you put it in the chat.
That sounds
Clerk
perfect.
Giesbrecht?
Thank
Okay.
you.
So the amendment would read as follows, does read as follows, that administration provide a report to protect trees on private land during development, redevelopment, which includes draft, new, and/or changes to existing bylaws, regulations, and policies, community outreach, public education, operational and enforcement resources, and budget adjustment needed to support program implementation and promote compliance, and an implementation plan that outlines a phased approach, resources required, and associated budget. Due date of Q4 2024.
Second.
So just for clarity, that's a substitute replacement. Just go with it. So it's going to actually wipe out entirely what was on the floor. It's still mostly the same thing. And then you would vote on that, which is technically an amendment. If that passes, then you vote on the main motion as amended for the last time.
So we'd have to vote on this twice. First to amend, then to
two-parter.
approve.
Okay, so first vote would be to amend. So that's been moved by Councillor Cartmell. Did we have a seconder on that? Councillor Paquette? Excellent. And would you like to introduce Councillor Cartmell?
Sure. I'm a little reluctant because I don't want to repeat or relitigate anything. I just thought that clarity was required on this bylaw. My tension, and the tension I've heard from some others, is, as I mentioned earlier, that where people really have a concern is where they see development or redevelopment projects that seemingly result in an overabundance of tree loss. that there is not particular concern with the neighbor's tree. There is not a particular desire for private homeowners to be compelled to go get a permit or what have you to take down a tree or perhaps even add a tree to their property. So I just thought we should focus this work on where the concern is and where it isn't. And I would suggest that there is a little bit of overlap into zoning bylaw renewal where what is being considered and not discussed or debated, but what is on the floor for consideration in a couple of weeks are zoning changes that are more permissive, that would see potentially, if all was passed in its current form, things happening next door that are not necessarily as forewarned as they are now. And where I hear concerns, where I have my own concerns, is where there's redevelopment projects that go on, forewarned or otherwise, that result in a loss to the tree canopy. There's other things about infill that are concerning, but nothing as concerning as this. And so I think this addresses one piece of that puzzle, albeit that is part of a later debate. So I just was trying to achieve some clarity there. So I urge you to approve this amendment and then subsequent to that, approve this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Are there any, and I cannot see the board, so just give me some indication if you have any questions, colleagues. Councillor Principe.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salvador. Is there any kind of way that we can add something to the effect about incentivizing to keep trees, or is that not needed in this?
Sorry, Council, is that to me, Council Principe?
Yes, or...
So let me say this, having kind of read the minutes and seen the motions made related to this, but previous to this, it seems to me there was some language around working with contractors, infill advocates, those kinds of things to, I'm not sure if incentivize was a word used, but encourage. And
okay, so this, that wouldn't really necessarily be needed in this then. Ms. Petrin, maybe?
It's something we can certainly explore through the zoning bylaw renewal and current regulations. Actually, we do have incentives within our landscaping regulations that allow for some incentive or provide for some incentive to retain on-site trees. So it's something we can be mindful of to look at, you know, the options as we work through this. I'm just mindful, and I'll note that to be able to undertake this work, we'll have to reprioritize where or how it might fit into the work program. While it's could be related to subsequent zoning bylaw renewal work, we do have a fairly full work plan for 2024. So we'll have to be mindful of the motion doesn't allocate any budget or resources to be able to do this work.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Not seeing anyone else on the board. Okay, Councillor Rice. Yes, go ahead.
To the mover, just one question. Protect trees on private land during development and redevelopment. Does this mean this motion will not impact any bylaw current we have on the private land, and for the property owners to decide, for them to have the right to decide they move the tree or they protect the tree? And to me, I just try to get an understanding. This is only focused on any like infill projects, construction, development, and how we can protect the trees. Will not impact the existing bylaws. So existing bylaw and for the trees on the private land still keep the same. Or what is the current state for that? And because the concern right now, there are two concerns I heard. One concern is about, yes, when the infill development happened, lots of trees we lost, and the major trees, and we do not want to see that happen continually. And another concern is about the private property owners' concern about the they are losing their right and to deal with their own property and including trees. So is this motion reflect that?
So I will try, but I suggest
Yeah.
you get input from Ms. Petrin as well. My intent in making this motion is that if you gaze into your backyard in April and you see that a tree is no longer thriving, you can take it down. If you wake up that same April morning and decide that you want to demolish your home and build a new home, or build a couple of new homes, or build a new home with a suite and a garden suite, that counts as infill and redevelopment, and that would trigger something that would talk about the trees on that property. It might say you need a permit, it might say you need to replace a lost tree with other, I don't want to presume anything, but there would be something that says, we have a canopy, we want to preserve the canopy. The concern is not the one-offs that very seldom happens on private property, it's the loss of a large number of trees in a mature area, if I add that qualification, that are lost simply to put in a replacement building.
So because also the motion talk about the changes to the existing bylaws, may I ask for the existing bylaw and how city handle the private trees on the private land?
Currently, right now, Councillor Rice, we do not regulate the retention of private trees. We do have an incentive in our zoning bylaw that would allow for the equivalency or an incentive that if you were retaining 2 mature trees as an example, that would count for, or 1 mature tree would count for 2 required new trees. So we don't currently regulate or have a private tree bylaw now. So in the motion that says new or changes to existing bylaws, we would look at how, through engagement this work, we may create a new bylaw or amend existing bylaws to enable, to address this motion. So that's the work we have to do.
So if this motion passed, what's the impact could be and for the property owners on their private land for the trees?
So the impact would be that if you were, as Councillor Cartmel had noted, redeveloping the property, you may need to come in and get a permit or some kind of review as it relates to private on-site trees. That would be the part of the impact to a private landowner. I recognize we haven't conducted engagement and we need to go through the engagement process to gain the perspectives of Edmontonians on this topic. I suspect it's quite divisive.
Yeah, I noticed we specifically mentioned during development and redevelopment, but how about the ongoing, like yard work for the trees, private trees, maintenance, everything? And is that part of this changes and then for the private trees?
I'm hearing through the discussion with council this afternoon that that's not part of it. But again, we'd want to go through.
So I just want clear that is not part of this. It's only for the development and redevelopment.
And that clarity is provided in the motion as it relates to development and redevelopment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. This is a little confusing, but I think I'm with it now. So this has, obviously resource and budget implication. I guess to the mover, you're looking at then a service, unfunded service package that will come in the fall, SOBA.
Well, let me answer that this way. As a member of Urban Planning Committee, I'm gazing at my workload over the next 16 less 1 or 2 months. There's a lot to talk about. I don't know how long the committee meeting in a couple of weeks, for instance, is going to take. Is it going to be 1 day? Is it going to be more? The public hearing is going to be the days set aside. Are they going to be more? I don't know. I have concerns which I have conveyed to administration. So all of that to say, if administration's workload explodes, I would expect they would come back and say, there's some things we can't get to. On the other hand, if their workload focuses, coalesces, minimizes. So all of that to say, I think it's too early to say whether more money is needed to do this work.
I guess maybe to administration, do you have a response to that?
So there's complexities, obviously, in terms of our work plan. However, we've identified our 4-year work plan and have key priorities around zoning bylaw renewal implementation. And many of our staff in that team are temporary to complete the project. And in 2024, they're really focused on maintenance and some of the subsequent post-renewal work. As a department, we're focused on district planning, river valley modernization, climate change initiatives, et cetera. So,
So we may or may not expect to see a package. And I guess my follow-up to that is that if, say, we do, will we also expect some kind of a complementary package on many of the things public trees related that we didn't get to during the last budget? I guess that's kind of where I'm also at, thinking about how much work that hasn't been funded. You don't have to answer that, but that's kind of where my mind was going throughout this whole debate. And I guess the other thing I was curious, I recognize our Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee submitted a really robust position, as we seek advice from this committee. And they asked us to consider whether an additional tree bylaw focus on infill trees is needed at all, and the resource used to develop and enforce such a bylaw may be better spent on other adaptation and mitigation measures. And I'm curious, how does that line up with this work?
It is administration's recommendation to allocate funding towards incentives, planting, et cetera, versus, regulating retention of private trees. So I would say there's a slight disconnect between the feedback in that letter and the motion before you.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I think we're all really striving for a lot of this, same goals here too, just different ways of getting there. And finally, I was curious about, because I think in the last committee discussion about this, one thing that I don't know if it was really touched on is also like, what is the industry doing themselves in terms of education amongst, say, infill development members? My understanding is that they're actually doing quite a bit in terms of education and educating members how to retain those trees. And just, is that part of the work plan that you have identified, kind of working with the industry side as well?
Definitely through the infill discussion and learnings through the public tree bylaw, I think there has been a lot of education components around how to retain and protect mature trees. Our landscaping team and lot grading team have been working more intently to provide education materials and recognize the importance of providing landscaping, maintaining it, and meeting the regulations of the minimum requirements of the bylaw. So we are leaning in a little bit more in that space to follow up from a compliance perspective to ensure that people are meeting the minimum requirements of the bylaw.
Yeah, and I guess my point is, recognizing that the city is doing some of that public education piece, but I do want to also acknowledge that industry is also doing some of that education piece, and it seems like there's synergy there. Yeah, I think those are all my questions. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford, you have questions as well? For public?
Yes.
Or do you have questions?
Well, I was going to ask a question in public about whether there's any advice from any city officials in which they would recommend we go into private to receive that advice.
Yeah, I believe it's worth a very short discussion in private, just for all of us. So yes, would be my answer.
Okay. But when I was up on the board, there was no one behind me. So if we want to finish the public discussion and then we can do that. That would be.
Sounds good.
I'm good with that.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll go. Councillor Tang, could you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. So just to get a little further clarity around what is on the docket for the work plan that could potentially be bumped. You mentioned River Valley modernization, district planning. What could you tell me that list?
So we have post-renewal work from for the zoning bylaw team, once the bylaw is implemented, as well as maintaining it, because we suspect there'll have to be some minor changes. We have within the department a focus on district planning, growth management framework, river valley modernization, climate, national urban parks, as well as being able to mobilize to implement the Housing Accelerator Fund action plan. Are some of the key top ones.
Do you anticipate that some additional work and subsequence might come through the actual zoning bylaw renewal discussion that add to some of that post-zoning bylaw renewal work?
Potentially, and we do have an intention to bring in Q1 of 2024 our work plan so that committee and council can help inform that priority setting. Okay.
And then I'll just ask, given the list that you just provided, if my reference point is city plan and I am, solely focused on achieving city plan, where does this conversation around private tree bylaw fit in terms of prioritization alongside those other post-zoning bylaw renewal work items?
It's a really challenging question, Councillor Salvador. Trees are important to our community, and it's a divisive topic in terms of where Edmontonians may stand on this topic. So it has been our position as it relates to city plan that we really want to focus on increasing housing, vibrancy, and climate resiliency. And we do feel that incentivizing and planting is where we should focus our resources. And so this private tree bylaw is taking a slightly different approach to that outcome, but I think our efforts are maybe better served focusing on the things I just mentioned.
Okay. And to Councillor Tang's earlier point, I think we see that reflected in the letter from our advisory committee. Okay, that's it for me. Councillor Stevenson, I'll take the chair back.
Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Just a very brief question. When we were talking about collection of information earlier, I think LiDAR was mentioned. Just wondering if we'll also start tracking some of our development permit information in terms of number of people making use of the tree retention incentives in the bylaw and also compliance.
Yes, so since the conversation through Urban Planning Committee, we've been looking to try to see how we can better track the incentives of that regulation of the zoning bylaw. Our development permit inspection team has also been largely focused on built form aspects of ensuring compliance, but we recognize the opportunity to lean in on the landscaping and the importance it relates to climate. So there's work happening around that right now in terms of how we prioritize that within the team.
Great.
And so there's associated data with that, sorry to answer your question.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks. I think just in terms of the report coming back through the other motion, I think that's really important context to keep as well. That's great. That was my only question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So understanding that there's some questions better suited for in private, I'm just going to clarify one point with the city clerk for agenda management. I know we just have, for public reports, 7.6 remaining, and I understand that should be a very quick item. If we do that and then go into private, can we deal with the current item and 9.1 in private? So we don't have to go back and forth, in and out?
Sure. You also still have 7.4 tomorrow.
Yes.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I was going to move that we bring forward item 9.1 so we can get the update while we're in private.
Second.
Please vote to bring 9.1 forward.
Hang on, we're going to take a wee timeout. So
apologies. Flip that. We wanted to do 7.6 quickly in public, and then we will bring forward 9.1 to go in private with current item. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so basically you're stopping this item to bring another public item forward. You're going to deal with 7.6 because you think it's quick. Then we're going to take our recess. And then when you come back from the recess, we're going to finish up the trees and 9.1 in private.
Correct.
Yep, no problem.
Yes.
So I'll move postponement of items 6.2 till later in the meeting.
Second.
Okay, please vote.
We're just sending the vote out, so this is to postpone. Just waiting on 2 votes. Councillor Rutherford?
Yep, I voted. I'm a yes.
Great, thank you so much.
That is carried. All right, so that was to postpone. Now, motion to bring forward 7.6.
We're at 7.6 because
we're at 7.6 anyways. Never mind. Okay, so Councillor Wright, you had selected this. Please go ahead. And this was up from Urban Planning Committee.
Yes.
And I don't think, you don't need a presentation, correct?
No, and I don't know, what's the formal process? Does anybody from urban planning want to talk about it, or? No.
Just go ahead with your question.
Get it done, we'll go for break. So I feel bad now asking this because you're talking your work plan's coming out in Q1 2024. But on the motion, on the first motion here, there is no due date, and I think it was mentioned at Urban Planning Committee for Q2 2024. That's still the case?
I believe so, Councillor Wright.
Okay.
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
And it's a different team, I think, that deals with our servicing agreement and subdivision work from the policy work that we've been talking about on trees.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Then that's all I wanted to clarify.
Would you like to put the recommendation on the floor from committee?
I guess I can then. That administration established developer-contributed maintenance fund applicable to new signs, features as outlined in option 3 of the June 1st, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01472 and attachments 1 and 2, due date Q2 2024.
Second.
Excellent. So I will look. Any questions? Any closing remarks? Councillor Wright, would you like to close?
I'll just say the nice shiny neighborhood signs are nice when they go up, but they do fall into disrepair. And people are proud when they see them, but not so proud when they start to deteriorate. So I do appreciate this maintenance fund being set up, and also the opportunity to do an inventory of the public and private entrance signs that are already there. And heck, this might be another little bundle for the renewal dollars too. So just putting that out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
So just before you vote, just to be clear, this doesn't require a report back. It's just directing administration to do this. That's what this motion says. So there's no due date, unless you feel.
I don't believe that we'll need like a bylaw or anything further to implement this work, but we could maybe, Councillor Wright, if that works for council, to maybe provide a memo to close the loop when the work is completed.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
so no due date. Thank you for the clarity.
No due date, but we'll expect a memo. Okay, excellent. Okay, so thanks for closing, Councillor Wright, and apologies, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright has already closed. So we will vote. Please go ahead.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Thank you.
I can move into private.
Second?
Thank you. And that's subject to
21 and 24, please.
21, 22. Thank you.
24.
What do you did?
It's just next anyways. Yeah. Okay, so motion to go in private. Please vote.
Can you just restate the mover and seconder, please?
And that was
Councillor
moved
Tang
by Councillor Tang,
Stevenson.
seconded by Councillor Stevenson.
And if you want me to be a bit more specific, 21, 22, and 24, I believe, of the Freedom of Information Protection Privacy Act.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. We'll move into privates.
We are broadcasting online now. Thank you.
Great. So I'll take a motion to receive 9.1 for information.
I will move it. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Ray, second by Councillor Wright. Any questions, comments before we vote? Nope. Please vote.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Yes. I think that was a yes from Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans? Yeah, we've got all the votes.
Display the vote. That is carried. Thank you. So now we'll go back to 6.2, where we have a motion on the floor. And I'm just going to wait. I don't believe there was anyone else on the board. Oh, Councillor Knack. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Salvador, just a quick process question, because technically this is just to amend the main motion. So in terms of speaking to it, would you prefer, I guess I'm somewhat making an assumption that this would pass to allow it to speak to the main motion. So did you have a preference if we speak to it all before or after the amendment is voted on? Okay, then I'll wait till after.
So we'll do amendment and then speak to after, just speaking once.
That would be perfect.
Preferred.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. So seeing no one else and knowing that we'll likely speak to the next one, we will vote.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Okay, so that was the amendment. Are you okay?
Is it for amendment?
Yes, so what we just voted on was
For
the
yours
amendment. That's correct. Would you like to recall the vote?
Yes, please.
Do I need to move that we recall it?
No, because it was right after. Yeah, if it was just a tiny little
Okay,
glitch, we'll just revote.
Recall the vote. So this is voting on the amendment.
Yeah, MD just needs to recall
Yep.
it. We'll give her 2 seconds to resend it out. Thank you so much. And the vote's live.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. Okay, so amendment is carried, so we're back to the primary motion as amended. Questions? Questions? Seeing none, are we ready to speak to this? Okay, I'll wait for the board to populate so we can speak to this. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the robust conversation, and I am inclined to not support this motion. There are a few reasons. I think absolutely protecting trees is a critical part of how we build a livable and sustainable city. And that was the intent of the motion that I had put forward in terms of looking at a progressive roadmap that helps us achieve that outcome. We've heard today that we are on track to meet our tree planting goals and our canopy coverage goals. And I think that there are a number of tools that we have at our disposal that we haven't used to their full extent around incentives and other education. The challenge I see with this motion as well is that I think that that when we are building cities, there are inevitably trade-offs. And some of those trade-offs, I think, are very worth making. I think that losing some trees in order to enable housing does make a lot of sense, particularly when it's housing in the core of our neighborhoods that reduces our need to grow further out. What I struggle with is that, well, there are two things I struggle with. One is that, by focusing it only on the construction and demolition process, I think that, again, we are putting pressure on city building work that adds a lot of net benefit to our community. And where I see the logic not following through is that, you could build a new home, some trees would need to be protected during the construction of that home, but then as soon as the owners move in, they could remove those trees without the need for a permit. I don't think that and the neighbor to that construction could choose just of their own volition for aesthetic reasons to remove a tree. So I find that that's just a bit of an unequal way to approach how we protect trees as a community and how we show our value on them. I think the other, yeah, I mean, I know we're short on time, so maybe I'll just close it there. There was one other point, but I am struggling to remember what it was. I do think that regardless of the outcome of this vote, I think that what I hope is communicated to industry, and I hope what they take away very clearly, is that we are looking for better protection of trees that can be protected during the construction of infill projects. And I think that this hopefully will encourage and inspire some industry-led initiatives to help see that happen. I think that's a great opportunity and one that I hope we'll see. I look forward to the annual update from the previous motions so that we can ensure that we're staying on track and making sure that we continue to do a great job of maintaining an urban canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
I think I'm technically
Oh,
closed because
actually,
now it's,
yes.
now I'm
Yes,
officially
you're
the
right.
mover of it as
You're right,
amended.
you're right. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I am inclined, like Councillor Stevenson, to not support. And I went back and forth because at first it was very clear to me that I couldn't support the motion when the amendment was approved. And then we've, had some back and forth today. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of echo. Either way, I'll just keep going. But I think that for me, what I urge my council colleagues to think about is the fact that, we just had a rich discussion around some of the places that we know we need to really put money. And even our an energy transition advisory committee and other experts in the field have said that putting resources and energy into a tree bylaw is not going to be the most effective way to address many of the things we're dealing with. I'd like to highlight that, in addition to what's in the report, we're already doing things to protect the trees we already have, to add more trees to our canopies and park spaces, and properly maintain and care for these trees. Those are all motions that we've already passed in relation to this report, or were already included in that report, including incentivization programs, which I think is more of a carrot approach than a stick approach. I'd also like to highlight that I think it's going to create potential expectations that will be unable to meet. So for example, while I hear that the intent is to, not stop row housing and cutting down trees to meet the building envelope, I think that with a tree bylaw, that will be something that will create more confusion and potentially frustration, like we've seen even with some of our capital projects on public land and the conversations that have swirled around trees. So for those reasons, I think we can better use in summary, we can better use these resources in other ways to meet our objectives and to deal with some of the big issues we have on our plate. It creates additional red tape at a time when we're trying to reduce that red tape. We're still absolutely working towards increasing our tree canopy in many, many different formats. And this, I do think, at the end of the day, won't actually prevent significant tree loss. With that, I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans?
Thank you for this. So yeah, I think it's worth, I don't want, regardless of the outcome of the vote today, I think I've heard from all of us that we definitely do protect trees, that we want to find ways to protect more trees, that I've heard this from many of the members of the community as well too. I think it's worth just for a second looking at some of the drivers of this debate about tree preservation. And I think we are all too often, in too many cases, vastly underestimating the amount of carbon that we use as a household. And I think sometimes it's like, oh, good, I planted 25 trees on my property. Let's go that big, like 25 trees on my property. And is that great? Yeah, but it's kind of the equivalent to filtered cigarettes when we look at the magnitude of carbon emitted by driving by one more tank of gas. And just to read from the letter we received from our Energy Transition Committee, one mature tree can store approximately 21 kilograms of CO2 per year. That's awesome. That's great. However, an average Edmontonian family household produces about 20,700 kilograms of CO2 per year, double the national average. That would mean for one house, they would need to plant 986 trees to offset one average household's emissions. In other words, cutting down one tree to build a duplex in the core versus the suburbs, where you could be more walkable and drive less, could save between 4,500 to 7,500 kilograms of emissions per year. So one more duplex, I mean, that's the equivalent of, napkin math here, about 500 trees. So when I hear that we need a tree bylaw, yes, we absolutely do. But in no way should we be declaring this as mission accomplished, that we're meeting our climate targets, that just planting trees will get us out of the need to revolutionize our transportation and our buildings and our systems in general. The Canada's on fire, the planet's on fire, and really, this is important. Yes, we want to preserve trees. We should be recycling. We should also be reducing and a whole bunch of other pieces. But when I look outside and just think an entire neighborhood of trees, 986 trees on 986 houses, that's how much the average Edmontonian's carbon footprint is per year. We aren't even in the ballpark. So I just wanted to share that deeply depressing diatribe to contextualize some of this work and where we're at and why we need to be much more urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmel.
Oh, that tricky list and who speaks last again. Just a few comments. So the way that this has evolved today limits the conversation to properties that are going to be developed or redeveloped. Not every property, not every privately held property in the city, but those ones that are going to be developed and redeveloped. And it effectively says, let's try to think about the existing tree canopy before we knock down that tree. Now, I respect and appreciate the numbers that Councillor Jans just rattled off. I didn't memorize all of them. But even if a tree, has 1/100th of the benefit of clear cutting the entire neighborhood and putting in very high density housing, maybe we do both. Maybe we try to affect, multi-unit high-density housing and preserve the tree at the same time. Maybe it's a both-and conversation. Maybe it's not. That depends on the context of the individual lot. But if our only focus is going to be jam in as many residential units as we can on every single lot, we're not going to have a problem because no one's coming here. There is an economic development piece to this that says this city needs something more than just a hard drive to density and a hard drive to a carbon budget to be appealing to stay here or be here. We have got a number of very mature communities that are simply saying, before you allow somebody to come and tear down the building next to me, let me know and have that developer try to keep some of the trees. That's it. This motion does not prescribe a bylaw. It suggests it doesn't prescribe it. It suggests that there's other remedies and alternative approaches. It does sound, talked as a bellwether to up our game. I find it interesting that we talk a little bit about forestalling development at the edge of the city. When we talk about heat sinks, and we talk about sprawl, and we talk about ever-expanding development. But then when we turn the conversation to some of the property we do own, that, by the way, doesn't have very many trees on it, we're not concerned at all about the pace of development or density or getting work done. And yeah, I'm talking about Blatchford and Exhibition Lands and other properties that the narrative switches when we talk about pace of development and forestalling greenfield development. So I just want to add that the switching of tracks, depending on the debate, is not helpful to the debate, in my view. So the final point I want to raise is this. We had a pretty healthy conversation about capital maintenance and renewal earlier today. And I use the analogy of, the roof on a house. You can maintain that roof on the house today and replace the shingles when they are no longer performing. Or you can wait a few years and then you're going to replace the shingles and the roofing, maybe the trusses, all of the insulation, the ceiling inside. Don't pay me now, you're going to pay me later, and you're going to pay a lot more. There's an analogy to trees here. Yeah, sure, we can take down a tree and replace it with two, but those two trees, that is not binary. It's not like replacing the roof and tomorrow you've got a literal 100% replacement of the asset you just got rid of. When you lose a tree, you've lost it for the better part, depending on the tree, 20, 30, 40 years. It's not an immediate switch. So, this is not at all to say, and I want to be very clear, this is not at all to say no development. This is not at all to say no infill development. This is to say, start with what you would ordinarily do. What is the next best use of this land, greenfield, brownfield, infield, whatever it may be, and then stop and ask yourself if you can save the trees on that property. I've told some of you that I've got a past life where I did a lot of work for houses that were damaged by the infill contractor that moved in next door. Those people have rights too. And we need to increase the level of accountability either through trade associations or self-policing or some other mechanisms that has those people respect the neighborhoods that they're coming in and redeveloping. And while some are really, really good, perhaps the vast majority are really, really good, we're still not 100% there. And when people move into a mature community and the first thing they do is knock down the house and take out all the trees and that piece of property sits there, we lose the political license to do this, and we lose the political license on things like zoning bylaw renewal and other things we want to do. And we should think about that.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. I really appreciate the very strong debates from both sides, and this is multiple rounds of discussion at this point. I learned a lot about trees, which I think we can all admit that we all love and want to preserve. I want to supplement perhaps a few points that my colleagues have made. Yes, perhaps it is not explicitly stating provide, have a new bylaw, but it does say draft new and/or changes to existing bylaw, regulations, and policies. And I think if we're going to do that, it is incumbent on us to have the adequate enforcement resources. And we've already seen, as demonstrated by other municipalities, that it is simply whatever the resource that they have, it's just simply not ineffective when it comes to enforcement. And I think quite often about several of the funding packages that we did not approve in the fall for our public trees. I'm very conscious the administration has indicated that we are on track for achieving our tree canopy goals as stated in the city plan with those public trees, and I would like to see that plan come to fruition first. I'm actually not first. I don't think it's either or, but I think that's where I would like to see some focus and resource as well. And finally, I am very mindful. Councillor Jans had, cited the Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee, and I think it's a very fair question for all of us is in terms of what is the best use of our resources and energy. And I think repeatedly, as much as the debate here has been very strong, I think that question is very compelling. And to me, this is not the best use of the resources that the city has. And with that, I am not going to support this motion, and I encourage my colleagues not to either. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette?
Should I just move to extend orders to finish?
Yeah, let's just extend to
this
finish.
item,
Second.
obviously.
Please vote to extend to finish. This item, that is.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I had my mic on the whole time. So just to sum up, I've heard a lot of concerns about resources, about approaches, about regulations and policies, all sorts of things, enforcement resources, budget adjustments, all that sort of thing that people are like, I don't know if we can do this. I don't know. I don't have the answers. That's literally what this motion is asking for. That's exactly what this motion is asking for. It's not asking for action. It's not asking to do anything except for provide the answers, and then based on those answers, we can make an informed decision about the direction we want to go. By voting no to this, we are saying we don't want those answers, which seems a little bit odd. So I am obviously going to be supporting this motion because I do want those answers. And there are so many people in my community who want me to make that decision based on having that information. Thank you.
Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. So I think, again, thanks for everyone's comments on this. This has been a thoughtful discussion, and again, just want to stress, as everyone has, as others have stated, this does not mean, if this motion passes, that we will create a bylaw or a policy or something. I would like it to, personally, to be very fair and to be very upfront, because I've been watching this now for 10 years. And I think, to that point around funding that Councillor Paquette just mentioned, if we need to fund this, I'll explain a little about why I would be willing to put in the resources to it. But just to go back a little bit on the history, this is something that I remember when we approved lot splitting in 2015 and how the uproar from the community primarily was about trees and the loss of trees by allowing for lot subdivision. So we introduced incentives that unfortunately haven't worked in retaining trees on private land, not in a significant way. And I think that's why we continue to hear about this from communities, and almost all mature communities across the city, and why I've been hearing about it for now close to a decade. And honestly, we heard it about before a decade. I just wasn't on council. I was part of the mature communities that was speaking up about that need to see action on it. And so I think we've used the carrot. I think we'll continue to use the carrot and the incentive approach, which is great, but I think you do need to look at this because of how important this is to the community. I think Councillor Cartmel summarized it well. This is not an either or. This is very much can be a both and conversation. I think for me, the biggest thing I want to highlight, and again, Councillor Cartmel started touching on this, is that I don't love the notion of social license, but I'm very much going to bring it up right now. The zoning bylaw renewal is a massive change, an importantly critical change. But I believe there is, and I will state, an incorrect perception right now that this council is about infill at all costs. I'm going to say it again. I disagree with that. I do not believe that's right. I've sat through these public hearings where we have been very thoughtful about why we do what we do. But I very much see what that if this motion to just explore it gets voted down, that's going to solidify the perception that many folks have of this council, which I think harms our ability to accomplish our broader city goals. So I ask the question, this is the big one, are we bringing the community along for our broader city conversation right now? What actions have we done to make sure that they're with us as part of this? Certainly in some mature neighborhoods, and I think on almost every mature community, there's going to be a number of people who are really excited about that change and want to see that go forward and see the value in different housing choices, because that will allow people to age within community, all the same things that we've talked about and we know are so important in this city. But there's a lot of folks who are uneasy. And this is the number one thing they talk about why they're uneasy, over and over and over again for year after year after year after year. And I think saying, let's get this work. Let's do some more engagement. Let's have that conversation. If this is as important as it is to the residents, as I believe it to be, because I've heard about mature tree preservation from those who are extremely supportive of infill, to those who have no desire to see infill ever again. But the fact that I hear it from across that spectrum is why it's so important to not end this conversation today. Because if we end it today, it's going to send a very different message. Possibly an unfair message, I understand. But a message nevertheless. Because you know what we're going to hear about on June 20th. You know what we're going to hear about on October 16th. Because this is the thing that they've talked about over and over and over again. So I am pleading with my colleagues to, I realize you might be hesitant. Let's get some more information. Let's bring the community along as part of this conversation so that we don't derail the broader citywide goals that we have to accomplish for the financial, environmental, and social sustainability of our city. This is one of the ways to bring folks along. So I encourage folks to support it. Thank you.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the vote.
Let's display it.
That is defeated in a tie. Okay, so that means we are done with 6.2. So remaining on our agenda, just as a quick recap, we have 7.4, which is the transit safety plan and downtown core update, as well as an in-private item, 9.3, both of which will be dealt with tomorrow. So we will continue then.
Can I just, so
yes.
item 7.4 will be here in this room, just
Yes.
recognizing the depth of conversation that might be required for 9.3. Would you like us to see if we could get the councilor's boardroom, or do you want to stay in this room? Whatever works for you.
I think the council boardroom would be Okay, or we can be, what's preference?
All the tech is here for asking questions.
Yep. we
Here?
can- Yep.
Yeah.
No problem. We'll just
Okay,
keep everything
we'll be
here.
here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.